Entire world is behind COVID-19 pandemic. Everyone is keeping social distance to save them and community. But predators were looking to our kids. These fools don't know they are unlucky. Kerala police Cyberdome sniffed their presence.
ആ പിക്ചറിനകത്ത് തന്നെ നമ്മൾ അനലൈസ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ തന്നെ എടുത്തേക്കുന്ന പിക്ചേഴ്സ് പോലെ ഒരു കാരണവശാലും ഇത് വെച്ച് പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല. During the COVID-19 pandemic lockout, we have seen a tremendous increase in the internet crimes or the cyber crimes. There have been a lot of cyber attacks basically upon banks. We have a lot of crimes on the social media, and generally on the internet crimes have been increasing to a great extent. We know that people have hooked on to devices, the people, the criminals, everybody is hooked on. And the new trend that we find now is one of the shopping scams that have come surfaced recently. We've got a lot of complaints on this aspect where advertisements for cheap electronic goods, supposedly to be sold through Flipkart and Amazon or Myntra, the reputed shopping apps, would be sent through social media. So you'll find that it's at a great discount, and people tend to really click on the link and try to purchase the item immediately because the stocks may run out. So you find that you are redirected to a phishing site which looks almost like the Flipkart site or the Amazon site, and people tend to believe that and immediately click and transfer the money, which actually goes to the fraudster. So basically we have received a lot of complaints from throughout the state that this scam is very prevalent now, it's widely spreading, and that's why we put out this advisory that you should be very careful while looking at the advertisements on the social media, because this will lead you to lose your money. It will lead you to a fraud site, a phishing site, which will ensure that you lose your money. So basically what you need to do is whenever you go into the shopping app, you should actually verify the address as to whether it's the right one, because the fraudsters, the phishing sites will be one or two alphabets may be different. If you say Flipkart, it will be like Flippy Cart or something of that sort, which is different from the original site. So basically, whenever you are using the internet marketing shopping site, you should actually verify the address and see it's the correct one. And it's better always to go and search in the Google or type the address and go into the site rather than clicking a link and going in. So basically, the public should be aware of this thing and ensure that they don't become a cyber victim in this scam. Thank you.
മൈജി എക്സ്റ്റൻഡഡ് വാറന്റി. വാറന്റിയുടെ കാര്യത്തിൽ ഇനി നീണ്ട കാലത്തെ ഗ്യാരണ്ടി. മൈജി എക്സ്റ്റൻഡഡ് വാറന്റി. വാറന്റിയുടെ കാര്യത്തിൽ ഇനി നീണ്ട കാലത്തെ ഗ്യാരണ്ടി. ഓൺലൈൻ ഗാഡ്ജറ്റ് ഷോപ്പിംഗ് ഇനി നിങ്ങളുടെ വിരൽ തുമ്പിൽ. www.myg.in. മൈജി സ്മാർട്ട് ചോയ്സ്. എക്സ്ചേഞ്ചിന് സമയമായി. ഗാഡ്ജറ്റ്സ് പഴയതാണോ? മൈജിയിൽ മാറ്റിയെടുക്കാം.
Guys, कुछ ऑर्डर करे क्या?
One margarita pizza.
एक गार्लिक ब्रेड
और एक आइस टी.
ये कन्वीनियंट है पर पॉसिबल नहीं. मगर डेबिट कार्ड के बिना एटीएम से कैश निकालना कन्वीनियंट भी पॉसिबल भी. जस्ट डाउनलोड योनो कैश. करो ऐश.
Hi everyone, I am back and it's a good time to start a fresh afternoon session, and the session is all about Internet of Things. The central role that IoT plays in the technology world and the growth of IoT devices is an undeniable fact. IoT is bringing the network to our daily lives, our cars, our utensils, our homes, etc., and extending its reach to cities, industries, and many more. With such influence, IoT security is a crucial concern for the entire industry of IoT stakeholders, spanning developers, service providers, customers, and end users. IoT Village include a few talks related to overview of IoT, a few live demo case studies of IoT, talks on IoT security, and allowing attendees to learn about some innovative technologies to understand what is IoT and why security is essential in building IoT. Mr. Rajesh will be handling the workshop, and if we talk about more about the Rajesh, he is a scientist D at National Institute of Electronics and Information, having MTech in Digital Electronics and Communication. He is certified as Embedded System for Mobile Handset Design at Taiwan, wireless antenna design at IIT Kharagpur, IoT Industrial Trainer Program, and Linux device driver development. His research and excellence include edge or fog computing for next generation distributed systems, Internet of Things, and smart cities, smart gadgets with a focus on problems related to performance, self-adaptation, trust, and scalability, embedded forensic, IoT securities, underwater IoT, etc. Now, I welcome Mr. Rajesh to take off the session. Over to you, sir.
Hello, good afternoon to all of you. Thank you. Is my voice is audible?
Yes, sir, it's audible.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So let me share my presentation first. Okay, very good afternoon to all of you, and thank you for first of all to Cyberdome for inviting me for this IoT Village program, and myself Rajesh from National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology. And today, as part of this particular program, like the IoT Village, so I plan to cover a few concepts related to this particular IoT. Maybe the attendees can expect a few things. That is, I will be explaining before going to the some security aspect, since it's a like Cyberdome workshop. So I'll be just covering the IoT landscape and maybe some components to build the IoT, and I'll be dealing some latest trends in IoT, and then we have few demos that is actually simple demos, so which give you a kind of understanding what exactly mean by IoT, or how to start with an IoT, and what are the component are playing key role in IoT, etc. And which followed by say like along with the innovative applications. So we'll be covering some the security landscape, and there are the key vulnerabilities and maybe some kind of attacks happens on because IoT, and then some use case demos. So like I'll be playing some the attacks which is already happened in certain say like use cases, and finally I'll be showing few demos. Okay, so by that actually we will be covering the 2-hour session, and maybe up to 2:30 to 4:30. That is the planned time for us. And towards end, maybe like some QA, like people will be in online, they will be having some interactions. Okay, as the introducer they told about the IoT. So IoT is not a new thing, because like whenever you are going to market and say like buying any devices nowadays, or not only devices, anything, right? So people will be asking, are you planning to buy a smart thing, right? A refrigerator, a washing machine, even a radio, or even watch, whatever it is, even a vehicle. So if you purchase it, it will be like asking you like whether you need an IoT enabled system or not. So like what exactly mean by IoT? So IoT is it's a network of physical objects so that are connected to the internet and allowing them to send, receive, and exchange data. See, internet is there. That's why I could able to communicate to you, right? So now, if you want to know other than me communicating, so in IoT world, so the devices are actually start communicating, or I can say the things are actually start communicating, because people, they wanted to need information remotely, so they want to control, say like appliances remotely. In all application areas, it start with the basic consumer application area to the high-end sophisticated, say like your space application area. So we are controlling. The last year or maybe few days back, we have seen that the Perseverance are landed in Mars, and we could able to control Perseverance, the camera, digital cameras, and the drilling capabilities, and similarly, various innovations which we are going to do at Mars. This is nothing but an extensive application of IoT. Okay, so where the things are going to connected to the internet, and you can see the many the pictures, the non symbols are over here: Twitter, Facebook, so WeChat, LinkedIn, etc., etc. So, but this is actually used for personal purpose, or man use all these for their enjoyment or maybe for chatting. But tomorrow or maybe the today, it is already started that devices are started sending like WhatsApp messages or maybe the YouTube videos, etc., etc. So what exactly is this IoT is doing? So it is taking your things, information from the real physical world to the digital world, and then later it is transforming that information to the networking world so that anyone can enter it. So like Internet of Things is the network of physical objects, devices, vehicles, buildings, anything. So it is now, it was started with thing, so now it is anything. So that's why the term has evolved. It is from IoT to IoE. In early 2000, 10, 12, so where the IoT penetration has started, and now it is reached in a stage that so we can connect anything to internet. So that is what it is known as IoE. So it's just reached a big mark, like 50 billion things are connected. Are you surprised? Not yet. It is a very less mark. We are going to reach 1 trillion devices soon. So we are going to reach 1 trillion devices. So all these devices are connected to internet. Now by 2035, so we'll be reaching a mark of 1 trillion. So 1 trillion devices will be connected around the world. So also there will be a chance of risk, right? So that is, we will talk on the risk later. Now, what makes this IoT in daily life? So this is actually a typical interesting example I kept it. One of the interesting example. Before, people used to, forget many things, right? So today's man's memory power is getting reduced, etc., etc., or maybe his intelligence is getting increased. So suppose if you forgot any of your thing, it may be your these the specs, or it may be the keychain, wallets, etc., etc. You may forget somewhere carelessly. You might have dropped on the last night, and next day morning you wake up and see that where I kept the key. Most of the people, those who don't are very systematic, so people actually forget things. And if it is your mobile phone, you can tell your wife or mother or father or your sister give a missed call to my mobile phone where I kept it is. It is very easy to identify. But what about your keychain? What about your specs? What about your wallet? We cannot give any missed call to those wallets in olden days. But what about now? If you find your mobile phone, from your mobile phone, you can identify the position of your keychain or your position of your specs, where it is kept. And it will be telling you, okay, it is in room number 3, in your bedroom, in wardrobe 4, etc. So those kind of informations are available. So how it is available? Because of IoT. So IoT makes your daily life, it can influence your daily life. And now, what are other, okay, it was a very simple application. And what else actually we can do it? So in Kerala, so we have faced a lot of, catastrophic things like Corona. So previously we had a lot of flood scenarios were there. So continuously for 2 years, we have faced a lot of issues. So, why actually it is, okay, it is a natural calamity, we can say, but whether it was preventable. Yes, it was preventable. And one of the smart model from Taiwan, okay, one of the smart model from Taiwan, actually I kept over here, how they are actually maintaining the smart, the reservoir management system. And slowly we are started adopting it, it is a kind of a technology where it collect how much amount of rain falls in various sectors of this particular reservoir, and similarly how much amount of water is getting into the river, how much of getting water going out of the river, and many kind of weather prediction sensors. All these things are integrated to make a decision when to open, and if dam is open, what are the catastrophes are actually going to happen. So all these things are actually pre-predictions are available. So for that, how it can be done? It can be done with series of sensors, actuators, networking components, and similarly dashboarding solution and some kind of intelligence. All these things are actually added in IoT. And this is actually one of the, the solution which is available, because now it was started in early 2010s, and now many companies are actually came up with, affordable models for even water management system at your home, at an industry, or at any public places. So all these things can be avoided, or maybe which the IoT makes the difference. And now, if you speak about IoT, IoT can be connected to anywhere. As I told, the last year, the 2020, it was something around 57,000 new objects were added per second. In a particular second, 57,000 devices were added, new devices were added. And similarly, the number of network traffic will be really high for this case. But another interesting thing, the IoT devices and your standard internet chatting, if you compare it, IoT devices hardly take very less amount of data. Okay. And another thing, the IoE is a kind of thing where we can actually include all the areas, vehicles, children's, animals, all these particular areas, pacemakers, healthcare applications, military applications, all these areas can be integrated to one kind of management system. And this is what the trillion mark, which I explained. So by 2020, the number of devices are getting increased. So how basically the IoT works. So this is a brief example of how IoT is actually working, and how IoT can be made up of. So, IoT basically consists of, it has not a standard architecture. So it follows standard architectures, but many people does their own DIY, that is do it yourself way of doing it. But if you see a standard IoT framework consists of many components. So it starts with, one of the node at the last side, at the device side. We call it as end node. Okay, we call it as end node. So basically, this is a kind of a microcontroller. It may be an 8-bit, 16-bit, 32-bit, 64-bit, SCs, etc., etc. It can be anything. So this microcontroller will be for computing, and there will be a wireless connectivity, and where the data can be transferred through an intermediate node that is actually known as a gateway. So this wireless connectivity, again, I will be talking to wireless connectivity. There are many ways of wireless connectivity solutions are there. If you are planning to have a short range wireless connectivity, so you have BLE, you have the Zigbee, you have ultra wideband. So these options are suitable for like personal area networking or otherwise like short range networking applications. So these are the connectivity solution. Now, if you have an existing Wi-Fi, so still the devices can be connected through this Wi-Fi communication solution. So that is also can be considered as the general wireless connectivity solution. And now, if you talk on the smart farming kind of applications, where we need to deploy, we need to monitor the soil moisture of your farm, and your farm may be 3-4 kilometers away, sometimes 10 kilometers away, but still you want to monitor that. So in such cases, the TR distance, the transmitter and receiver distance will be like 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers, etc. In such cases, how to communicate between your sensed data and to put it into a cloud environment where there is no internet connectivity. In such cases, there are few wireless solutions are there. So those solutions will be helping you to connect. That is known as sub-1 gigahertz modules or sometimes LoRa modules. So this data will be going in intermediate gateway. Okay, we called as sometimes gateway or a border router. And from border router onwards, you will be getting an internet connectivity. So where we will be pushing the data to a cloud environment. And finally, from your devices, you will be trying to access the data which is forwarded by a sensor. Or else, if you want to control the data means, so you'll be sending a command to the cloud, and cloud will be forwarding the command back to your devices, and it will start actuating. So basically, remote actuation and sensing, that is what IoT is doing. But there are various components are actually required to build a standard IoT solutions. So if you see the technology involved behind the IoT, so we have the information technology, operational technology, and similarly for building the smart object. So there are technologies such as embedded, the sensor technologies, and similarly the communication solutions, networking solutions are actually required, data communication and networking. So next I'm going to see the IoTs are basically classified into two categories. And one is known as the consumer IoT. So what consumer IoT is doing? So consumer IoT is what? You are getting the Lloyd Wi-Fi AC or Panasonic Wi-Fi AC, or you are getting, you could able to connect Wipro smart bulbs. So these are like few products which we could able to use in your home. And comparatively, the rates are really less, so that is affordable to a common man. So this is what a consumer IoT means. So consumer IoT basically keeps a low price devices, but along with that, the sensing and actuations, it is it is not a, it's a non-real time system or soft real time systems. So why it is a soft real time system? So if you, for example, if you try to turn on your bulb and suppose it is not turned on, so nothing is going to happen in one time. In one try, if it is not turned on, okay, it may be fine with you. Only thing is that light will not be there. Or your temperature sensor in your home or at your AC is not giving proper updates whenever you request it. It will not be a catastrophic thing. Nothing is going to blast. Only thing is AC won't be there, or maybe you have to sit for a hot temperature for a few amount of minutes. So because in consumer IoT products, they are cheap, so that's why the sensing and actuators may not be that much real time in nature. So the component or maybe the product cost will be, if you want to add the IoT into this consumer product, it is really easy and it may not be real time. So but the same situation, it comes into industry. if boiler temperature is getting increased and you are sending a remote command to turn off the supply, but in what first attempt, if it is didn't turned off, or in smart grid solution, so the workers are actually working with a in the distribution line, and the supervisor send a command to turn off the supply, but it didn't turn off. In such cases, what will happen? It will be a catastrophic thing. Either you are, in the first case, your boiler may be blasted. In second case, there will be heavy shock will be to the people, those who are workers. In both cases, actually, the real-time nature is very, very important. So that's why the component selection, the protocol standard, and similarly the industry standards such as IP67, IP68, and other SALIC standards related to your industry to be maintained. So if you considering all these particular factors, and if you are building an IoT for industry, it will not be cheap. So it will be really costly, and it will be highly reliable compared to the consumer IoT. So industrial IoT, or sometimes known as IIoT, is an industrial version of an IoT, and the works that does the industrial IoT is almost same, but only thing is the sensing and actuation will be really at industrial standard. So that's why the product cost, industrial IoT sensors and actuator cost will be at least 10 to 30 times fold higher than the consumer IoT products. Okay, so these are two categories of industry IoTs. One is the consumer IoT, another one is industrial IoT. So industrial IoT examples are like your smart grid and automatic vehicle monitoring systems, and in the smart car, Google smart car kind of thing, and driverless car. All these applications are related to industrial IoT products. And now to build an IoT, because if you want to hack, you should understand what is an IoT, how to make an IoT. So to understand an IoT, so you need the knowledge of hardware and how the data is formatted, that is the protocol, and similarly, which are the software used for making an IoT, and finally, what are the connectivity solution, or at least the frequency bands, what you are using for connecting the IoT devices. So in coming few slides, I'll be just walking through the solutions, and then we will be moving towards few demonstrations. So if you start working with a prototype, if you want to make a prototype, so there are many readily available hardwares are available. So this is commonly used for from school to the professionals. So they use this series of Arduino devices, right? So this is for making many projects, many embedded projects, many smart projects. So still you can also use these kind of hardware for making some proof of concept. So but this proof of concept cannot be directly made as a product. Only thing is you can make as a proof of concept. But when it comes to an R&D kind of environment where we need more sophisticated peripherals, so then people will go for the left-hand side. You can see the modes. So mode is a kind of a high-end hardware where many things will be integrated. For example, in case of Arduino platforms and all these things, we'll be having limited memory, and even ESP8266 node MCU kind of stuff will be having few more peripherals, such as the Wi-Fi, Bluetooth will be integrated. But still, it lacks with the memory storage, and so that you may not able to port few operating system kind of thing. Because when you want to build a complete IoT, so you need to have a lot of protocol to be ported it, and similarly to be tested. So in such environment, if you are trying, so people will be using few modes for building the last mile WSN solutions, wireless sensor network solution. And Conteki is one of the R&D operating system, or maybe the research operating system. People will work on various protocols, and similarly the the connectivity solutions related to the end node or maybe the WSN or the PAN configurations. And like as I told, the previous generation hardware will be having limited, like the memory, and there will be few peripherals are available which can enable the Wi-Fi and 3G, 4G connectivity, etc. And now there are many platforms are available which we can work with, starting or maybe building an IoT prototype, such as your ESP8266, Node MCU, ESP32. These are all again good for making a proof of concept. And then like there are platforms are available, like there are from various microcontroller manufacturers, like such as the ST Microelectronics, the Renesas, NXPs, TI. So there are many manufacturers, they make development boards. And then even the biggest embedded, like the software developer, that our ARM. So ARM provides you a platform. The name of the platform is known as Embed. So this is an open platform and it's an online platform. So where people can work with the development board. But only thing is you should port the corresponding firmware. Embed firmware need to be added as part of your development board. So these all are actually available because these platforms will be having supported libraries, so that your IoT, like penetration or maybe the IoT concept can be built in a very quick manner. And a bigger component, because ESPs and other components are like normally 8-bit, 16-bit, 32-bit nature, but again all are microcontroller series. But if you want to go for a processor series and bigger development boards, so like the well-known Raspberry Pi, BeagleBone Black, and all these versions can be used. Okay. And this is a new platform, maybe we call it as a mode. So it is again a Cortex M3 based, like a controller, and this is integrated with the RF sub 1 GHz, so that you could able to make the 6-LoWPAN kind of network in a easy manner. And this will allow you to port RTOS, like such as FreeRTOS, GBOS, etc. Hello. അയ്യോ ഞാൻ മാറുന്നുണ്ടല്ലോ ഇവിടെ. ഇവിടെ മാറുന്നുണ്ട്, അവിടെ മാറുന്നില്ല. Okay, I hope my slides are changing properly. Wait a moment. ഹലോ, ഷെയർ ആവുന്നില്ല? Okay. Okay, it was a problem with my slide was not updating. I hope it is now. Okay, so I was talking all these hardware development boards, and this is a kind of a development board which is known for building sophisticated IoT applications, including industrial IoTs. And now if you want to see a very along with the controllers, very important thing, how to sense your parameters. So because it is Internet of Things, so various things need to be connected. From various things we can connect various kind of informations. So there are plenty of sensor categories are available, and it start with related with application. For example, if it is a building automation, so you need to control light, fan, light intensities, and temperature, moisture level, etc. So there are many information need to be monitored. So there are corresponding sensors are actually available, which can integrate with all the microcontrollers. It is basically classified into 8 segments, like building automation, healthcare and life science. So where we measure the the blood oxygens and patient monitoring purposes, heart rate, and there are your stress. Many things that can be say like monitored. And if you come to the consumer and home automation, so there will be many things you can do it, like like the smart fridges, all these kind of application. It automatically sense the whether the items are actually properly placed or not, and or your appliances are actually whatever it is available. It measures various parameters. And when it comes to transportation, so there it will be like you have like various active informations can be, your vehicle conditions can be monitored, like whether your vehicle tire pressure, or like your vehicle speed, or maybe such as your alcoholic contents, whether while driver is riding, his driver conditions. So all this can be measured. For that, various sensors are actually available. And when it comes to industrial side, so it will be like the sensors will be really costly, because in the market you may get a temperature sensor may be costing something around maybe around 200 to 300 rupees. You will be able to buy a cheap rate sensor, which can be used for ambient temperature monitoring. But when it comes to industrial applications, the sensors cost 10,000. Hello, ഇപ്പൊ Right. Ippo ready. Hello. Oh, correct. So I was talking sensors which are normally available with attached with body. So like there will be the commonly available smartwatches where we will measure, like your heart rate, and similarly your blood oxygen levels, and like your locations where you are moving, and your various activities. Like so, those can be parameters. And there are, there are camera. Okay, so this is what we started talking about body area sensors. So there are very good sensors are available. Normally, people will be using many smartwatches and camera clips, and sociometric badges, etc., are available. And there are some headbands for typically certain patients. So people used to have a EEG headbands, and there were paralysis patients, stroke patients. So to control certain things, headbands can be used instead of moving with hand and other thing. So your thinking can be converted, and we can control appliances, etc. And there are embedded clothing. So like smart shirt. So it's a kind of product recently released. So like the smart shirt started monitoring various parameters like your watches. And this is actually the monitoring parameter, but it is a old pricing. Now it has reduced to $3. Few years back, the pricing was $120 animal ID tag. And similarly, that was about sensors. And now connectivity solutions. People will use many connectivity solution with Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, Zigbee, Sigfox, NB-IoT, LoRa. So these are like the latest trends which is coming into connected solutions. And in India, not yet started, but in Asia, Singapore has actually made all kind of IoT solution with all these latest standards. Okay, altogether, if you see in a complete way, all your like appliances end nodes. So it is something like pet tracking. It may be a smoke alarm. It may be a water meter, or it may be a the trash container, like IoT smart trash kind of thing. It will be connected to various gateways. Some gateway will be working with Wi-Fi, one with some with Bluetooth, some with like sub 1 gigahertz, etc., etc. And finally, it will be connecting to the backend network. So what is this backend network consist of? So basically, it is a cloud. So cloud is many people are actually utilizing this particular cloud for various purposes. In case of IoT, so it's a kind of an interface between user and devices. If user want to access his smart AC from his home, from his office, the home like air condition or home various appliances you want to access from sitting at office. So you need an interface. So a common interface. The cloud is something like it will be consist of various applications, and like there are people can make their own like customized applications, or they can buy existing solutions, and existing solutions are available of many classifications are available, and some commercial products are there, such as Amazon IoT and IBM Watson and Google IoT, and these all are like commercially available IoT cloud solutions, and where we will be giving interfaces to people how they can interact. So there will be a dashboard will be available from your mobile phone, from your computer. You can access this dashboard, and at the same time, the cloud machine or maybe the cloud environment, the application, they can communicate back to the devices, your smart AC, your smart TV, or smart widgets, etc. All these things can be connected. And similarly, like there are few companies like LG, Samsung, Bosch, all these companies, when they sell their product, along with that, they will be giving you an account so that these devices will be directly connected to their own cloud. And so that two purposes are there. One is for updating the maintenance and remote health monitoring system. It's your gadget or the device's health can be updated to the company, and your vehicle, like nowadays in future in 2025, so you'll be getting insurance claims will be verified with the cloud environment. So your insurance, if you want to get a claim, first thing is in your cloud data, they will be verifying, analyzing it, and see that whether the accident has properly happened, or maybe whether you did a drunken drive. So all these things, that statics will be available in your cloud. So that once those data are actually are okay, then only you will are able to get your insurance claims. And along with that, there are a few, like DIY clouds are available. So do it yourself. Like we started working with Arduino ESP8266, talking about all these things. So if you want to make interact with cloud, there are few clouds available, such as ThinkSpeak. So ThinkSpeak is a kind of product which you can interact with, like the real-time cloud that is provided by MathWorks, and similarly SparkFun, Adafruit.io. So all these things are actually, like it is free of cost. And but there are, like some costly businesses also available. So through that you can able to interact with devices, various devices. And now to understand like how the cloud is getting communicated or the device is getting communicated. So there is an intermediate protocol stack is required. So when you started communicating to the internet, so it has to be standardized. Your IoT packet has to be standardized. So for that, most of the IoT devices follow this communication stack. So, like why I'm talking about it, because when it start, connected to internet, what is the difference between normal packet and IoT packet? So the basic difference come at the, like at the application layer and certain at the internet layer of the TCP/IP. Because in application layer is considered, so in traditionally in your web stack, so people will use the HTTPS, HTTP, TCL, SSL, etc. So these are the traditional protocol which we are using at the application layer. But when it comes to an IoT kind of applications, so it will be a kind of messaging protocols. So the like the overhead should be minimum, because the frequent updates are really more in IoT devices, and it should not be a costly business, right? So updating, like 24/7 device are making more. If it is not economical, so people don't buy it. So that's why your the messaging overhead has to be minimal. So that's why a new protocols has been utilized. That is the QoAP, MQTT, XMPP, and AMQP. So these are the few protocols actually used for like the IoT kind of applications. And even in like Google IoT, in Amazon, Azure, and IBM Watson, all these platforms support all these application layers. And comes to like the transport layer, we have the TCP options are available, but traditionally people go for like the UDP DTLS. Okay, so the secure way of transferring the transport layer entities. And coming to internet layer, like as 1 trillion devices are going to connect, every devices need IPs. Okay, traditionally every devices need IPs. So if you want to use IPv4, like we are already in migration to IPv6. So that's why IPv6 enabled devices are available, most of the devices. But interestingly, there will be another kind of like subdivisions are there, which comes at the last mile solution, because traditionally if you want to reach at your temperature sensor, and which is connected via Zigbee network or via a sub-1 GHz network, and where the data rate is in the last mile solution will be something around 256 kbps, and we are in a world of 1 Mbps, 10 Mbps, 1 Gbps, etc. But when it comes to a last mile building automation sub-1 GHz network, the data rate will be something around 256 kbps. So your normal IPv6 packet cannot be transferred through this 256 kbps supported network. So what in that they have standardized as it is converted into 6-LoWPAN packets. So IPv6 to 6LoWPAN conversions. It happens at the intermediate stage. We call it as a border router, or sometimes at the gateway. So the gateway is actually acting as a protocol converter between your normal IP packets to like IPv6. Not in all cases. It case to case it depends. And coming to the last layer, your networking as well as your physical layer, like most of the IoT devices are connected over wireless. Okay, compared to your traditional Ethernet, most of the IoT devices, smart devices, are connected over wireless, and the frequency band, most of the devices, like for consumer IoT devices, are interested in 2.4 gigahertz. Interested in 2.4 gigahertz, and out of this 2.4 gigahertz, many utilizes Wi-Fi bands. Okay, so if Wi-Fi band is using, so you don't need to go with a 6LoWPAN. But other than Wi-Fi band, if you are using, like the sub-1 gigahertz modules, Zigbees, etc., people will be interested in 6LoWPAN. So this 802.15.4 is an interesting solution, and similarly 802.11 is another solution. So these are, like the physical layer solutions are used for IoT related applications. Now coming to the innovative applications and like latest trends, I'll be just taking you some latest trends, because IoT it just started years back, and now it has reached almost like billions of devices are actually going to connect. What next? So now the trends is something like we are adding data are available, so it is easy for prediction. So IoT is actually integrated with AI, artificial intelligence, and now like the intelligence is okay, but along with that, like there are certain kind of safety issues, so that is also persist in certain applications. So that's why most of the servers used for this IoT applications are covered with the blockchain. So blockchain and IoT is something like a new trends added with IoT along with industrial IoT. So a new term has been involved. It is known as Industry 4.0. So nowadays Industry 4.0 is something like, it's a diversion of the IoT, or maybe it's a modified version of IoT. So where we use IoT, AI, blockchain, CPS, etc., all these technologies together. Now there are many IoT applications where rather than the normal control, so we'll be having your Google Assistant, or like Alexa enabled like devices, like your smart bulbs, smart appliances can be controlled via Alexa. So, or your smart Wi-Fi can be controlled from Alexa. You can tell to turn off the router, etc. Kind of applications are available. And now let us see how to make a few interesting prototypes with IoT. So I'll be switching to like 2-3 interesting use cases how we can build IoT. The first one, I'm showing you the very simple application. Maybe in a minute you can make an IoT application. Suppose you want to make a kind of smart control, or maybe you want to make a smart monitoring kind of application. So you can do it with a simple, like a mobile application. So that is actually known as Blink. So Blink is a cloud-based platform, and where it's having the commercial as well as like the DIY versions are available. So the first thing what you have to do, you need to install this app, okay, on your mobile phone, and you have to create an account in your Blink cloud. And the second thing is you need a device. Okay, so where you want to connect means you need devices. Like you will be having the devices for your light control, or you need the fan control, or maybe you want to monitor the weather, etc. So for these purposes, you need microcontrollers. So this Blink support a variety of like do-it-yourself microcontrollers plus commercial microcontrollers. So like Arduino platforms, it is actually supporting. And if your Arduino platforms are available, and you have a open Wi-Fi is available, or like you have your own internet solutions are available, so you need a development IDE, that is, it may be an Arduino or third-party IDE, and load an application program. Okay, a simple application program, you can port it to your device. Okay, so maybe I'll just show you how to do it in a very simple way. Okay. It's a it's a 10-line code. Okay, I hope so. This is a small 10-line code is required for in your device. It may be an ESP, it may be a kind of Arduino, or it may be like a Node MCU kind of microcontroller. We can select it, and you can load around the 10-line code. So this 10-line code, you need to compile it and port to your hardware. That is the first and foremost things you need to do. And second thing is like you need to install an app where I could able to show you. I hope. Okay. This is my mobile phone. I'm sharing the Blink. Okay, so this is a kind of an application. Okay, so this is a kind of an application is required, an app. You can download it from your Play Store. So this is the app. Okay, so this is an app is required, Blink. So you can click on that Blink app and you can create your project. So first thing is you need to install your, or maybe you have to compile your application program to identify your hardware and load the previously told program into that hardware. And now actually I have loaded the program, and I kept it in a typical machine. I hope you can see the many machines are there. I'll expand it. Okay. And this is a kind of a microcontroller. Okay. This is a kind of a microcontroller where I call it as an end node. It's an ESP 8266 based one microcontroller. And on this, the features are onboard. Few LEDs are available, and similarly, we have few light sensors are actually available on this. This is a light sensor. So this is hardware, and again, very interestingly, along with the configuration. So you can see the configuration which I told. It has to be configured with like its credentials. So credentials in the sense whenever you are creating your account. Okay, so whenever you are creating your account, so it will be giving you some credentials. So those credentials will be available. That credential is something like we call it as key. So those keys need to be used while writing the program. And once you have completed the program, so you can use this particular application for configuring or creating a simple like a remote control application kind of thing. You can control it from anywhere, or it's a simple IoT devices. And where you are the previously told node. So this is actually the end node, and I have a access point is there. Wi-Fi access point is placed here, and that is acting as a intermediate device, or we call it as a gateway. And the cloud is the Blink, and the end node application, or maybe the target application is the Blink app. So you want to create this particular application means you can start the Blink. Okay, so when you open the environment, you'll be able to see these kind of environment. Okay, so right now I'm just starting my application. Okay, I'm in online now. Okay, so I'll be just sharing it. So there was a connectivity issue. Please wait. Okay, so I'll be just showing you similar to the previous one. We are facing the connectivity issue, and meanwhile I'll show you the second kind of an IoT application. So I was started talking about the same remote devices through Blink app, and similarly we could able to connect various smart devices, and instead of Blink app, so we can also use the similar environment. That is a second option. That is a ThinkSpeak. So ThinkSpeak is actually a kind of a commercial as well as the industrial versions are there. So I'll be coming to that ThinkSpeak first. Okay. You can see this is a kind of ThinkSpeak environment. Okay, so this is the IoT environment similar to the previous Blink app. So we can also use the ThinkSpeak environment where we have two environments are there. Either it will be a mobile based or it's a dashboard based. So due to that connectivity issue, I could not able to share my mobile screen for you. So now it is like that's why I'm sharing my dashboard. So this dashboard I have created, or maybe we have created one account, and so like we have commercial options are available, and similarly normal users are available. Now I'll show you some interesting channels. Okay, the publicly available channels, and where you'll be getting an idea like how actually this can be utilized for IoT sensing kind of application. And these are actually there are various people are publicly provided their channels, so that we can able to access it without even the credentials. So with the credentials, we can create private. I will show you private channel. So now it is the public channel I am showing you. And see, one of the public channel, it is updated with the environmental sensor like temperature, pressure, and their parameters, etc. They have updated it. So the sensor informations are there. Now we can see the data. This is a GUI, and so that it will be slowly updated. Okay, so this is actually the dust gauge, and similarly the temperature information for the previous days, and similarly the humidity environment. And these are the certain statics. And similarly the other one, I'll show you the other channels, publicly available channels. Okay, these are from various sensor nodes. Okay, this is a weather log. Okay, this is a kind of weather log. Okay, so this is a temperature kind of weather log is available, and a few people actually create their the records from where it is exactly made. That location information also can be updated, and these are few traffics or maybe few information from various weather log. So these kind of interesting channel can be created as a IoT dashboarding environment. But one of the use of these channels is something. These are publicly available channel. And you can get this is here we are used the RPI instead of Node MCU kind of environment. This is actually used as a RPI environment. Okay, so that will be using as a node environment, and where you will be getting the through Wi-Fi connectivity. They will be interacting with the internet. But in the background, I'll be telling you the sensed data to be updated into this environment. So for that, like I was telling about the Arduino IDE. So similarly, in there are the Linux libraries are available, so you can utilize those libraries and you can write the code in Python or maybe your C, Java, C++, all these environment actually you can write it. So that is a kind of say like application where you can work with. So this is a kind of an RPI environment. See here actually they have kept the location information so that you can able to identify from where it is started, and also you can upload certain videos. And now like I'll be telling you my channel. Okay, so this is actually like Neelit IoT channel which we have created. Okay, so where we are located and a few informations are updated. My channel settings, there are many fields actually I can enter. I have only entered temperature, humidity, and then I'll be having my keys. So if you want to how actually the security or maybe how it is identifying exactly my data is being updated. So every device will be having individual keys will be there that we can set it. And there are limitations are there. That is only 8 channel can be updated at the same time. Okay. So this is the private view of my channel, and you can update about Neelit. There is a kind of
the world is in the midst of
like of
transformation.
videos you can upload
Like
it.
all major transformations in history, information technology revolution is next to the wheel revolution, which has changed our life in terms of vision and action. It has made the globe a digital village. NILIT, in the recent years, has emerged as a strong institution which has contributed towards the overall development of society through its wide range of courses, be it IT literacy or skill-oriented courses. NILIT is also committed to e-governance capacity building and is dedicatedly working in the following areas: education in IECT.
Okay, so this is kind of see, like location information is getting updated, and similarly there are various channels I created separately. Okay, some few datas are actually being updated over here individually. My private channels. Okay. So this is a kind of platform people can use for demo. And the another platform which people generally use is a free open thing is Adafruit.io. So this Adafruit.io is a kind of platform where I'll just take you to this one. This is a kind of an Adafruit.io kind of platform. And where here also we have the end node is there, gateway is there, and you can able to communicate your gateway and get various activities of this particular gateway. And there are actually dashboards are available. So various dashboards, you can create it. So this is a dashboard where user can see it. And so the visibility of the device visibility I'll be showing you. Wait a moment. Share screen. Okay, so now I'll be showing you my entire screen. Okay, so previously I was just sharing this. Okay, I hope so. This is a screen which I am showing. This is a device which is connected in a remote place. So I am trying to access that particular through a camera environment. So this is my node. Okay, where the similar to the previous experiment which I told you. Similarly, this is a kind of an Arduino compatible platform which we have made this application. So this is a small device. It is having like multicolor LEDs are available, like sensors are available, as I told in the beginning. So now this is connected to Wi-Fi, and using the dashboard environment remotely, I am going to control this particular device. So the dashboard I'm taking here. Okay. Okay. So this is a camera view. We'll keep inside. This is a camera view, and dashboard view I'm keeping next to here. Okay. So this is a dashboard view. Okay. This I'm like I'm connected to my IoT cloud. Okay. So this is an IoT cloud, and where my dashboard is existing. So there are many dashboards are there. So one of the dashboard. Okay. So from this particular dashboard, actually I am trying to connect to this particular device. Okay, so this is the dashboard, and now right now it is showing a value here, light intensity. The present light intensity is this one, and this was the various records of the light intensity it was happening. Now there are full controlling options are kept, so controlling the light, fan, and all this you can connect it. So but as part of this demonstration we made already, there is a kind of tricolor LED user. So I can show you like how to control it. Okay, if I change the color to red, so you can see the color is actually getting updated. Okay, and similarly, if you want to change to a different color, so you can, it is possible now turned on. So turn off kind of say like control options are available. This is I am controlling from a, this is a website, so that anywhere you can access it. So this is actually kept it in a different room or maybe in your home. So what you can do, you can associate it. There are many peripherals are available. So peripherals in the sense, so if you want to control devices, so basically there is an actuator is required. So actuator is something like a relay kind of environment. So I'll just show you in another video here, not another environment where we set up here an actuation kind of thing. Okay. Okay. So if you want to connect to a kind of appliances, you can use a relay module and you can interface your appliances. Okay. So there you can turn on, turn off kind of things will be controlled. So there will be many peripherals will be there. As part of the next application, I will show you how to do this demonstration. But now actually we were working with a smart Wi-Fi. Okay. There are many devices are there. I was just showing all the devices together. Okay. Okay. This was presently we were talking about. Okay. So these devices, the temperature is not connected. Now, right now we are connected with only the light intensity. So if I turned on, I'll just turn off the light. So you can see the difference. And now it is being updated. Suppose if you cover this one with any kind of environment, so there are light intensity getting updated. Some kind of small variations you can see. So these updations are basically happens with the devices data will be getting updated over via internet, via Wi-Fi. It is getting connected to your the Adafruit IO. So that is a cloud platform environment. Okay. Now coming back to another application. So this is related to a typical industrial IoT application. So industrial IoT application, if you want to use it, so typically it looks like industrial protocols. Like previously we were using Wi-Fi kind of environment, but in certain cases industrial applications, so they will be using 6LoWPAN and similarly Wi-Fi enabled system. So I made a system where I use the ZigBee. Okay, instead that actuators, what I did, I used a kind of a light control system, same light control system, but the communication happened not via Wi-Fi. There is an open IoT gateway is that this is I made on an RPI so that it will be communicated. RPI will be communicating to the devices via ZigBee network, and then RPI will be communicating via Ethernet to the cloud. So same Adafruit IO used as a cloud platform, and we made a user application as a dashboard. So through the dashboard you can control the devices over Wi-Fi, and the command will be reached here, and then you can control your devices. And similarly, it can sense also. So a typical kind of a scenario. So this scenario, how we can make it. So I'll show you that. So first thing is, and this is actually the end node, which target end node is this one. Okay. So this is the target end node. Okay. In this environment. Okay. This is the target end node. And where we have like a smart bulb is there, and this is the device we called as a Zigbee. Okay, this is a Zigbee module, and where it will be connected over the Zigbee network to the intermediate device. And then what will happen? You have a device is available here. A smart bulb is there, or maybe a normal lamp. I'm converting into a smart lamp. So this is actually your smart IoT protocol gateway. Okay, where I use an RPI for building this gateway, and you have a Zigbee which is attached to this, the RPI, and so that two devices, the bulb and the RPI, will be communicating via Zigbee. And also a backend gateway is there, a Wi-Fi gateway is there. So through that, the RPI will be communicating to internet. Now, once it is communicating to internet, so I have the Adafruit.io. Okay, so I have an Adafruit.io, and this Adafruit.io I made as a remote light control. So whenever actually you are sending a command, so what it happens, it comes to the RPI, and then RPI will be converting into as a Zigbee protocol, and then it forward over the Zigbee, and command will be going to the end node. And the situation can, you can mimic something like you are receiving the data from this sensor. You can also add temperature sensor, humidity, and similarly your certain like presence of a person. Okay, so you want to identify, okay, a kind of intruder is coming. So such kind of sensors actually you can integrate it, but I didn't integrate now, so that all this information will be going through this gateway, and gateway will be pushing the data to the cloud. Okay, this is a complete IoT gateway setup. So IoT setup or something like this. So to do that, presently now it is turned off position. Taking it, so if I am sending a command, okay, we have forwarded a command. Waiting to update. Okay, so my screen sharing was gone, so I'll do it again. I hope. So we have forwarded the command, and this is the camera view and of devices. Okay, so this is the two camera view, smart gateway, and parallelly, I should also show you the environment. So I'm sending the command here. Okay. Sorry, camera view is gone. Okay, so this is the camera view. Okay, now altogether it is fine. So I'm sending a command, and that command is going to the gateway, and gateway is communicating over Zigbee, and then it is turning on. See, like in many cases, like you may be feeling like why this Zigbee is important, because Zigbee is actually seems to be considered as a WPAN solution and a low power solution, and many applications, including smart locks and remote monitoring applications, secure alarms kind of thing. So Zigbees are being used. Okay, so like how we are actually able to control this from remotely. So we can turn on and turn off devices from online. Okay, so that command will be going to your gateway, and from gateway it is communicating over Zigbee to this environment. Okay, so now that is actually a simple demonstration of like IoT. So here we have end node is there, an actuator is there, and a Zigbee network is there, and a gateway is there, and a border router is there, a gateway is there, and then a cloud is there, and a dashboard is there. So it is actually a complete IoT. I hope by this you may be understood like how is this IoT look like, or what are the components. So one last thing actually I am showing you, that is related to one more window. Let me share this, because similar to Zigbee Wi-Fi, another say like component is like the BLE. So how BLE is playing, that is Bluetooth low energy devices, because you will be see this is actually one of the Bluetooth low energy devices, and again the same thing can be controlled over your Wi-Fi, and similarly over so not over Wi-Fi, it is over Bluetooth, and again remotely you can connect it. So maybe I'll just reconnect my mobile phone. I'll just try to reconnect it. Because I was not able to share my mobile. That's why the initial experiment I stopped that Blink app. I'm just retrying it so that I can able to show you like how this BLE devices can be controlled over Wi-Fi. Okay. Moment. Okay. Okay. So I am using a typical controller that is actually known as Thunderbolt. So you can see there will be similar to the Blink app. I have an app is known as Thunderbolt. So this Thunderbolt from my app, it is communicating to my devices over Bluetooth. So it is a Bluetooth BLE enabled. Again, the thread stack is also available. So it is considered as little secure more secure compared to the generic BLE devices. And there are many sensors are available. Now let me connect it. I hope the screen is visible for everyone. Okay. This is my mobile screen. And now I'm searching it for devices. So it is identified actually one of the devices with serial number is existing over this, and minus 75 dBm is the coverage. So I'm trying so this is the dashboard. Okay. So in the dashboard, there are many environment monitoring solution is there, and similarly the IO control application is there. So let me start with environmental monitoring. Okay. So you can see there are various sensors are integrated on the small module. Actually, many sensors are actually integrated. It's a small module. It is integrated with temperature, humidity, and the little bit more accurate ambient lighting compared to the previous Node MCU kind of thing. Because that is a kind of DIY product, but this is a kind of like an industrial product, and where we have the UV indexing is there, the air pressure, sound level, sound level monitoring. Hello. So you can see the changes. So there are the effect is really good, and it has the like the carbon dioxide on this particular room where we are sitting, and similarly the magnetic field kind of thing. So these all informations can be remotely monitored. Okay. So a small kind of like a kind of a development board from Silicon Labs. And now, similar to that, the IO controls, the simple IO control is also existing. So you can also see what is the status of the switches connected over here. These are the two switches. Right now, I am not there. That's why I cannot press that switches. But still, if you want to control the LEDs, built-in LEDs, that is possible. So you can turn on, and you can see I am going to turn on and turn off. Okay, your simple turn on, turn off kind of application. And similarly, you can also turn on the RGB LED connected to this. So right now, the color, you can change it, right? So these all RGB coloring, you can change it, and brightness level you can vary. Okay, so say your indicator light and all these things, so you can remote control kind of indicator light. So you can vary this one, and you can change the color schemes. So like this kind of application, this kit can be used. But again, it's not a product; it's a like a development board where we build our program. And again, for this, you have an IDE is available, Silicon Lab IDE, but it's pretty costly compared to the previous all Arduino kind of development board. This is actually a little costly because integrated with all these sensors, but it's good for making the next level of IoT application with a BLE. Okay, and the third one, which we have a motion, so integrated motion sensors are available. So right now it is showing the position of this particular device. Okay, so you can calibrate it. Right now it is in a static position. So suppose someone moved this device, I'll just show you. Suppose I am moving, you can see the real-time changes over there. So you want to track some device. Suppose I'm changing this. So I'm taking out this device. See, if I'm making any changes, you can see that the rotation is pretty accurate. So that any smart thing. Suppose you want to track a device, a simple device you want to track it. So you can say place this as a kind of a tag, and then it's simple like a small cell battery, coin battery can be used so that it can be kept inside, and you can make many interesting applications. And a lot of GUIs actually the IO ports are available so that you can interface with many other than that these sensors, whatever is available, many sensors actually can be integrated. So these all actually leads to various IoT applications. Okay, so now if everything is got connected, and this is actually the one kind of a large setup related to a typical IoT. So there will be many BLE nodes will be available, and you have the motor control, gateways, etc. can be connected. Okay, now I'll show you some brief projects which we did here. Maybe as part of, we have certain training programs are available. As part of the training program, I'll just show you few projects. And at NEELIT, we used to have, because various program related to IoT, postgraduate diploma program in IoT and AI, and Industry 4.0, embedded system design, etc. And also we are the one of the resource center for IoT reskilling and upskilling that is offered by, like under MITI. It is 2018 announced, and now it is implemented. We are giving training programs for various agencies. And now I'll just show you few projects which we did here as part of. So remote dashboarding, so customized dashboarding. It also monitor the various statics of your individual plans. There are many more are there. Now we'll move to our next area. That is like okay, the IoT we have made it right. So various components. I hope I have just covered the various components are required for IoT, and how to make the IoT and what are the way actually we can remotely control it. Now, is there any problem with this particular IoT, or is it secure enough to use it, or any kind of negative things are there, or is it hackable? So this is a concern, because there are many number of devices people are purchasing it every day, and then the smart devices are actually being used. Any kind of security issues are associated with this. So that is what I am going to brief in 5 to 10 minutes in quick manner. Okay. Yeah, the security challenges, because since everything is connected your home, so there are many use cases are there now in people are studying it. So I'll be coming across few use cases, but before that, the IoT security, that IoT including the industrial IoT security survey says about 51% of the people do not feel prepared for security attacks. Okay, so basically, even including IoT and IoT devices, people are purchasing it, but we are not thought of it whether is my smart TV is actually really secure, or whether the smart fridge is really secure, or otherwise 64% is already recognized need to protect against IoT attacks. So out of that, this 96% expected to see an increase in security attacks in industrial IoT, basically in industrial IoT sector in 2017. Year 2017, a lot of attacks actually came into the industrial IoT sectors. And there are few attacks actually I'll be explaining in the upcoming slides. And the 95% of expect IoT to increase risk and vulnerabilities. So that's why they don't want to migrate from normal devices into a smart devices. Because tomorrow, if someone else is controlling your appliances, as like in the previous scenario, I was told about we could able to remotely monitor the plant condition. You can sit at home and you can see how your plant is, whether anyone is clicking or whether your plant is okay. But if someone is hacking that particular network and putting some wrong images or wrong soil moisture information, so this IoT device or something like the smart agriculture, no, the people may actually sitting maybe around 300 to 400 kilometers away. So I have seen a few use cases like that. So a US guy is having a field at Spain, and he watches his field at sitting at US. So that much accuracy is required. If someone is actually hacking and doing something, he cannot come and see in a regular interval. So that's why it is really vulnerable to attack. So so basically, we have seen there are many probabilities are there. One is it's the embedded thing, the firmware, and next one is the networking solution. So whatever it is available, and there are third thing is actually at the cloud level. So there are many levels actually we need to understand. Now the basic requirement of IoT security is same as your normal security, that is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. That is CAA. Okay, so this has to be properly maintained. Okay, so since it is connected to the normal Wi-Fi and to the internet, so people should be maintaining the CAA rules. Now, the related safety information is something like, suppose whether it is dependency, if you are concerned, whether it is safety to the system required for reinforcement for security policies, or sometimes sometimes the reinforcement of security makes the system more safe, vice versa. And again, the relationship between security and safety might create, whether it is creating some kind of conflict. Okay, so these all need to be actually identified or maybe considered before building the security. And one of the use case in IoT that is related to safety, it is related to the blast of enclosures. Suppose the enclosures maybe suppose it is over pressured, and your IoT sensor is not properly updated, or maybe some delay happen in updating the data. So what will happen? The pressure will be increasing and blasting is changing. So that is a kind of industrial IoT applications. And now, so how actually these kind of basic issues can be solved by proper IP rating. If you go for industrial IoT product, it has to be using the proper IP rating. So it may be in certain cases, if you are using outdoor environments, etc., it should be IP67 or IP68 standard. Or you are using at automotive industries, so it keeps at various sensor levels. So those things need to be maintained the proper security standards. And this is actually certain IP rating standards which people can go for it. But before going to this IP rating, I'll be taking you to another environment, because within the vulnerabilities, First one is at software level, because the scope is at software level, input validation, and similarly, there are issues like, suppose if you are not using the secure coding environment, because many people, if you want to make an IoT with an Arduino IDE and you can create a POC, proof of concept, that is okay. But when it comes to a product level, even the companies, if they don't maintain the proper coding standard, so there are actually a lot of insecure element will be available. So the code reviewing has to be done in a thorough manner so that all these breaches can be reduced. And then another level at the hardware level. So if you are keeping any open debugging ports, if you are keeping your devices at outdoor environment, which all the devices which I have used over here in previous demonstration is something like a development boards. Suppose if you are you want to make your reduce your development time and use the similar component as part of your product. So there are, you can see multiple USB charger, there are I2C debuggers connectors are available. Suppose if you keep those connectors as part of your product, it will be easy for the hacker to break the device and debug the statics, and then it will be easy for him to attack that particular environment. Because one smart home, if the smart light connect at at your at your gate, or maybe outside the gate, if you are keeping a smart light, and then once the intruder could able to get the few information from that from the smart light after breaking it, so that is enough for entering into your home, because through that particular environment the hacker can enter into your Wi-Fi environment or your Zigbee environment. Through that he can able to access all the other devices. Then another area is something like, if you are using a standard devices, so proper firmware updates need to be maintained. So if you are still keeping the old firmware, so it will be prone to attack. So this is a generic scenario. So the proper updations need to be done. Even you are using a security cameras, Wi-Fi security cameras. So wherever updations are possible, you need to try to maintain these updations. Then another area is something like your data and networking area. So there also actually possibilities of attacks are available in IIoT. Now, before going to this, I am going to show you within a 20-minute span a few examples. So the attacks which happens in the IoT environment. So few case studies were the worst examples of IoT hackings. So one of the thing happened, that is, we call it as IoT botnet or Mirai attack. So through which this leads to a huge portion of internet is going down in various MNC companies, including Twitter, Guardian, etc. So the cases are recorded, such as a short video.
Mirai is the name of a malicious program, also referred to as a worm. It targets the smart devices within your home network. Mirai is the name of a malicious program, also referred to as a worm. It targets the smart devices within your home network. Mirai has been used in some of the largest cyber attacks ever recorded. In 2016, hackers managed to infect thousands and thousands of household connected devices like printers, baby monitors, cameras, and smart refrigerators, just like those you may have around your home. They took control of smart devices and used them to flood the servers of an important internet infrastructure company with malicious traffic appearing to control millions of internet locations. Many major websites became unavailable to users in Europe and North America. That's what's called a distributed denial of service attack. Flooded with tons of lookup requests for web addresses, servers can't cope with the traffic. They stop working, and the websites they're supposed to send traffic to become unavailable. How does Mirai work? Think zombies. Once infected with Mirai, that's what your smart devices turn into. Mirai's job is to create a botnet, a group of computers, or in this case, smart devices, that once infected act like a zombie army. Owners remain unaware that their smart devices have been turned into zombies that receive instructions to launch malicious attacks. That's why it's very important to protect your smart devices so they can't get infected with Mirai or other worms and viruses. One easy and effective way to do this is to use Bitdefender Box, a little device that safeguards your entire home network.
The second attack, or maybe it's a non-attack, that is related to like hackable cardiac devices. So it is FDA has confirmed that the St. Jude Medical they have made a implantable. I was talking about implantable devices, cardiac devices, and so this is actually prone to attack. So remotely you will be able to change the few parameters so that the patient conditions can be like reverted. So this kind of problem. So actually, what is this device is basically doing?
The leadless pacemaker is a capsule-shaped device, slightly smaller than a AAA battery. At one end of the pacemaker is a helical screw, which allows fixation into the heart muscle, and at the other end is a docking station, which allows tethering of the device so that the operator can place the device properly and also retrieve it. Pacemaker is placed through a guiding sheath, which goes through a vein in the leg. The guiding sheath then is subsequently advanced under X-ray into the heart. The guiding sheath is then flexed into the right ventricle. And once the guiding sheath is in the right ventricle, a contrast injection is performed to allow proper mapping of that chamber. Subsequently, the guiding sheath is removed and the pacemaker is exposed, at which point the pacemaker is advanced into the heart muscle. The operator then performs an active fixation screw-in mechanism, which allows fixation of the leadless pacemaker into the heart muscle wall. Once secure, the guiding sheath is then removed and a tethering device is then detached, allowing fixation of that leadless pacemaker into the heart muscle wall.
So this is a kind of a pacemaker, wireless pacemaker. So that actually, it was actually prone to hack. So that it was FDA has confirmed that. Then another kind of device, because people used to use baby monitors, Wi-Fi baby monitors, okay, or heart rate monitors, etc. So there are actually registers available. So one of such say like case studies.
The all-new Smart Sock is for every baby. For tracking every heartbeat and for every breath she takes. This Smart Sock is for every nap, for every good night's rest, for every is she okay moment, for every night shift. This Smart Sock is for you, for when your hands are full, for a peaceful moment to yourself, for the opportunity to connect with your older kids. This Smart Sock is for monitoring what matters for when it matters most. This Smart Sock has helped over 1 million parents keep their babies safe. It's for every baby and for every parent. Introducing the completely redesigned Owlet Smart Sock.
So this is advertisement for this, even though that OLED, but still it is vulnerable for attack. So this is actually, there are few case studies that came, like they got false alarms in their mobile phone, because basically you are able to sleep, your parents able to sleep calm, and they could able to monitor your baby conditions, etc. But a false alarm is sending to the parents' mobile phone saying that your baby is at risk. So you always later identify that there is. So this is actually all at there are few issues, vulnerability issues have been reported that it is vulnerable for attack. And now another area is like the camera, how to hack the security cameras, because as part of IoT, say like people used to keep smart home, people used to keep your remote monitoring kind of applications. So this is actually one of the case showing like how to hack the IP cameras which is connected, wireless IP cameras. And this is actually the the issue here is actually the firmware is available. So using the firmware information, we could able to extract like what is the IPs, and similarly where is the corresponding link, and later you could able to enter into that particular network. Once you able to identify the network IPs, etc. So basically in a smart home environment, so people can able to easily hack this environment. Okay, so that you could able to enter into the HTTP server, and where there are two options. One is for capturing the JPEG images, and another one is the stream. So here in this case, it's a HTTP scenario, but low cost cameras, they follow RTSP protocols. So you can use these techniques for people are using this technique for attacking your camera environment. And this is actually one of the lot of discussion happened on this, the Jeep hacking. Okay, so it has confirmed that the Jeep, which is released even in 2010, 2012 years, so it is actually remotely people can hack it. This video is actually showing about how to hack the Jeep from remote environment.
It's not fun to have your 2-ton SUV's brakes hacked just as you're parking in front of a ditch. Okay, hold on tight. Hold on. Oh. That's what I've learned from Charlie Miller and Chris Balasek, a pair of hackers who have spent the last year developing a piece of software that can wirelessly sabotage this 2014 Jeep Cherokee. It hasn't been altered in any way. There are no devices attached to it. But like many thousands of Jeeps around the world, it can be remotely hacked over the internet through a cellular connection to its entertainment system that would allow someone to take over its steering, its transmission, and even its brakes. To demonstrate that, I'm going to act as today's crash test dummy and drive it on the highway here in St. Louis, while Charlie and Chris hijacked its digital systems from Charlie's house miles away. They wouldn't tell me what they had plans, but they assured me that it wouldn't be anything life-threatening.
Remember, Andy, no matter what happens, don't panic.
It's not the first time I've driven a car while it's being attacked by these two hackers. But in 2013, they were in the back seat, and their laptops were wired into the vehicle through a port near its dashboard. Now they're sending the same sort of attacks remotely, and I have no idea what they might do.
He's going as fast as I've seen him. So first we're going to turn the fan on him. Yeah, let's turn the fan on, see if he even notices.
All right, something just turned on, all the fans and AC and stuff. I didn't do that. The trick started small. Oh my God. There's a picture of Charlie and Chris in tracksuits that just appeared on the dashboard. But as I drove down the interstate, things started getting unpleasant and very loud. Can't turn it down. The air conditioning is blasting, the music is blasting, and I can't see anything because of the windshield wiper fluid.
Okay, do it. Do it. Kill the engine. So we're killing the engine right now.
It says park descent. Actually, accelerate. I stomped on the gas, but the Jeep slowed to a crawl. It says 44 miles an hour, but I'm not doing that fast. I turned on my hazard lights, but I was still stuck in the right lane with no shoulder to escape onto. Guys, I'm stuck on the highway.
I don't know, I think he's panicking. He's not going to be able to hear us with that radio. It's so loud.
Guys, I need the accelerator to work again.
The accelerator will work. It won't work! You're doomed.
Seriously, it's dangerous. I need to move.
Wait, you gotta turn the car off! Okay, now you should be good to go.
Semi drove by. All right, I'm gonna pull over because I have PTSD. Charlie and Chris have only tested the full range of their attacks on a Jeep Cherokee, but they say that hundreds of thousands of late model Chrysler vehicles may be vulnerable to a feature called Uconnect, an internet-connected computer in the dashboard known as its head unit.
These cars had units expose a particular service that probably they didn't want to. It lets you do things like
query it for information like the GPS or the VIN or all sorts of other things. But it also lets you just run commands. So you have to first break into the car remotely over the cell network and then move laterally if you want to do things like send CAN messages. And those are the messages that we can use to control things like steering or the windshield wipers or braking. They plan to release a portion of their exploit code at the annual Black Hat Hacker Conference next month. They've also alerted Chrysler, which is issuing a security patch. But they say a lot more needs to be done to protect the new generation of cars that are increasingly connected to the internet and potentially hackable. You guys basically brought this car to a standstill while it was driving on the highway, which I may never forgive you for. And that was just like an experiment. What do you think is the worst case scenario?
We wanted to point out, to show that this attack has serious consequences for this vehicle. And so we did, attack you. But we did it in the safe ways we could, so we didn't want you to get hurt, obviously. That's why we're working, is to make sure that we figure out vulnerabilities, weaknesses, get them fixed.
We're only two guys with one car, right? So, we can't look at every car, and we want to release this information because more people like us need to be focused on this problem.
After their stunt on the highway, Chris and Charlie still wanted to show me a couple of other tricks. Below a certain speed, they can control the Jeep steering as long as it's in reverse, pop its locks, mess with the speedometer, and, of course, disable the brakes. Okay, hold on tight. Hold on.
Oh, he's not getting out of that. We're going to be doing some motion.
That's how you drive in the Midwest. You don't know how to do that.
Okay, so that was an interesting case study that the Jeep, the IoT connected Jeep, right? So it has got it's a test case where they tried to attack in early 2015. But still, there are many vehicles are coming with IoT enabled vehicles. But still, the vulnerabilities are still existing, but they are trying to work out. Now, I was talking about, previously, I just showed you one of the Zigbee application, right? Where I made a Zigbee network where the end node was actually connected with Zigbee. And there was an intermediate gateway other. In my case study, I was showing a kind of a RPI connected with Zigbee. And now, the smart product, where you used to get a smart lock. So it was actually the connectivity is a Zigbee enabled device. How to hack this one? There is a kind of a typical hacking video.
Welcome to Smarter Home Innovation with ZigDiggity, the new Zigbee penetration testing toolkit from Bishop Fox. First, we scan for nearby Zigbee wireless networks. Once we see a device whose behavior resembles that of a lock, we perform a Zigbee insecure rejoin attack to join their network and extract the network key so that we can attack the lock and the controller directly. Next, the PAN ID conflict gets rid of the real controller. Finally, we send a signal to unlock the lock. We continue to perform a Zigbee hack attack against the door sensors. This is why the alarm is not triggering, even though the system is armed and we clearly have the door open. Thank you.
So it shows it is if you are an expert in Zigbee, so there are it can be there are provisions are available. So once you able to identify, because normally people know, so very less number of people will be aware about what is the PAN ID configuration, whether you need to really update the firmware or all these things. So even there are many open tools are available. So we could able to with a minimal knowledge, people can able to hack, because when low cost devices, when you are purchasing, they may not be able to, they might have not enabled the security features. So I'll just show you the thing towards end.
Welcome to. Hello, my name is Luciano Ferrari,
and this is a kind of a smart bulb hacking.
Smart bulbs. All right.
So really enabled.
Putting our hands dirty on hacking smart bulbs, we need to understand why we use protocol called BLE, Bluetooth Low Energy. And there are many wireless protocols out there, but what makes BLE so popular is because it's easy to implement. BLE is used on many applications on healthcare, fitness,
security, home entertainment, and so on. Other advantage of BLE is its reduced power consumption and cost. It's a lightweight subset of the classic Bluetooth. Now let's understand the main concepts you should know about BLE. Okay, the first concept is GAP. GAP is an acronym for the Generic Access Profile, and it controls connections and advertising in Bluetooth. GAP is what makes your device visible to the outside world and determines how two devices can or can't interact with each other. Profile, and it defines the way that two BLE devices transfer data back and forth using concepts called services and characteristics. It makes use of a generic data protocol called the Attribute Protocol, ATG, which is used mobile phone apps in BLE are based on high-level masked objects called profiles, services, and characteristics, which can be seen on this picture here. All right, now we'll open my Linux virtual machine, and the first process an attacker would be doing to identify our device, and this is done by obtaining information such as the MAC address, the Bluetooth version, and the RSSI, and more. And for most cases, the BD address, the Bluetooth address, is enough to exploit the device, and this can be found using the HCI tool command. First, let's see if it's working properly. So do HCI config. It's running properly. Now I'll do sudo HCI tool scan. Perfect. I'll stop here, and you see that all the BLE devices around us are listed here because it's a scanning, and our target device is this LED BLE, so we can now copy its Bluetooth address. So like this, and copy. Perfect. All right. Now that you have the Bluetooth address, you need to be able to sniff the traffic and see the value of the handle being written when you, for example, turn on or turn off the bulb from the mobile app or change its color, and you'll be able to see it all in clear text. And I had already captured the BLE traffic to keep this video short, and you can see the handle code and value from the picture here. Okay, it's right here. Very good. Now, we will use a tool called a get tool to interact with the BLE and exploit it. Let's see how it works. Okay. So I'll do a get. I'll clear for you to be able to see better. A get tool minus I minus B and the address that we just copied. Perfect. Now we use the connect command to connect to the target device and look the available characteristics. So we connect. Oops. So connect. Perfect. Let me see the characteristics now. Okay, I see here. I'll explain it for you. It's better now, right? So I can see the handle and what are the properties and etc. Now we are ready to exploit the smart goal and write the handle with a new color using char right rec 0 B. So all of these I got from the traffic, the sniffer. I'll put the new color will be 56. That's the code for the new color. 00 74 DC 00 00F 0AA. And bingo! My smart bulb just changed its color here. And you can now use this same concept to exploit any other BLE device into it.
So this is how actually the BLE kind of the normal smart bulbs which is coming with the Bluetooth enabled. So even now the coverage will be something around few meters. So from outside your home, so people can even the range if it is still having enough ranges there, so they can able to access it. Okay, so that tunabilities are still available.
Hello, my name is Luciano Ferrari.
And now there are, like what are the tools basically people can use it? So one of the generic tool, because all the IoT devices, many of the IoT devices are coming up to gateway with even Zigbee, the LoRa, and similarly there are many standard protocols. But after that onwards, even Wi-Fi can be used. So after that, the gateway onwards, so it connects to the internet via the traditional way only. So the traditional Wireshark is one of the hacking tool we can use it. Fiddler and Binwack and firmware updation and firmware hacking purpose you can use for Firmwacker, and then Saint and WhatsApp app, the proxy attacking and Metasploit. So these are actually certain hacking tools can be exploited, and this is actually one of the case why the combination can be used, the Wireshark, SenseSniff, and Freaks Lab, etc., for exploiting the Wi-Fi. So there are the way people can use. So these are shows like still the IoT devices are actually vulnerable to attack. Okay, so how to actually prevent it? So the better way to prevent is like only you don't buy the low-cost devices and see the specification properly and make the updation, the firmware updation in a proper manner, and make your network in a secure manner, and frequent change of your the credentials. So these are actually some of the way, and do not share the credentials to other than in a smart home environment. Okay, so unknown people do not share the credentials, etc., etc. And also there are the protection to the devices which is connecting outside your home, maybe at the gate or at the compound wall. Suppose some devices you are keeping it, so try to keep it in a very secure manner, so that even the hardware breakage, and then they will be able to identify few firmware cracking kind of solutions are available. So to avoid that, you have to maintain the proper security. So by this, maybe the 2 hour the village sessions are almost going to wind up. And even the few things people can do it with, even the ESP8266 environment. There are few de-authentication attacks people can make it, open firmwares are actually available. So using that, people can do it. So by this actually I'll end the session, and this is actually how to make a the de-authentication. This is from the origin, and the tools is available as part of the GitHub.
How they work and whether or not they are safe.
And again, it is I will tell you it's a DIY option. So, but do not try with an open environment. So try only for an experimental purpose. So, okay.
So a jammer works by creating a lot of noise to make others unable to understand any signals. Depending on the frequency of these signals, a jammer can target a specific communication protocol like GPS. Upon activation, a jammer will effectively block anyone in its physical and frequency range. Imagine you're talking to someone and suddenly there's music so loud your ears hurt. Only when you get out of range, the music isn't as loud anymore and you start to hear the surroundings again. That's essentially what a jammer does, just on different frequencies, depending on the protocol or device you're trying to target. There are a variety of jammers available for all kinds of frequency ranges, and they are probably all equally legal to sell and use where you live. A jammer doesn't differentiate between devices. It affects anyone and anything in its range. They don't care if you want to access the internet or make an emergency phone call. They don't differentiate between the firefighters trying to communicate and a person just calling their friend. They just attack everything, which is why they are so illegal. As our world becomes more and more connected, we rely more and more on a variety of wireless communications. So disrupting these systems can cause huge, irreversible damage. So given these circumstances, it probably isn't a surprise that the FCC even has a dedicated page about jammers, where they state the following. Signal jamming devices can prevent you and others from making 911 and other emergency calls and pose serious risks to public safety communications, as well as interfere with other forms of day-to-day, potentially block, jam, or interfere with authorized. There are no exemptions for use within a business, classroom, residence, or vehicle. It is also unlawful to advertise, sell, distribute, import, or otherwise market jamming devices to consumers in the United States. The used equipment had criminal sanctions. So Wi-Fi has a service called deauthentication. It is used to terminate the authentication of a client, or in other words, to disconnect the device from the network. It works by sending out a notification to the device that is to be disconnected. The device cannot refuse this packet. The deauth attack exploits this feature by continuously sending these deauthentication frames to a selected target. This way, you can effectively block a connection. The target device is still able to reconnect, but it will only be able to establish a connection until it receives orders to disconnect again. So it's basically like going shopping, and every time you try to enter the building, someone commands you to leave. Luckily, Wi-Fi also has a solution for this exploit. It's called Protected Management Frames, or PMF for short. They were already introduced back in 2009 with the IEEE 802.11w standards. When this feature is active, the authentication frames and other management frames will be checked for integrity, and the receiver will ignore them if this check fails, which means you can't simply send such a packet because the receiver realizes that it comes from an unverified source. I wouldn't say it's impossible to break this security feature, but it makes the whole attack a lot harder. I created this project back in 2017. Back then, it was meant as a proof of concept for showcasing how easy it is to attack Wi-Fi networks using the deauthentication exploit. It runs on the ESP8266, a small, affordable, Arduino-compatible microcontroller that comes with 2.4 GHz Wi-Fi built in. Since version 3 of this project, it has evolved into a capable tool for Wi-Fi security research that can do much more than just simply deauth devices. If you want to learn more about the tool, be sure to check the video description. We will link everything. We also have a bunch of videos about this project on our YouTube channel, so be sure to check those out. While very illegal, JAMA, as we just learned, works by emitting noise, a deauth doesn't allow you to simply attack all networks in range, because a deauthentication packet, which by the way is part of the official standard, is you have to first scan for nearby devices and select the targets and then start the attack. Basically, you need to find out the addresses of the devices you're trying to attack. So if you choose to attack critical infrastructure, you are responsible for that and you may have to face the consequences. But you can still use this to test the security of your own devices and networks, learn about Wi-Fi security, and teach others about the topic without ever risking to unintentionally block someone else's communication. If, however, you build a device to automatically find and deauthenticate all connections in range, you will end up with something that is very close to JAMA, and you can expect the same penalties for using such a device. So in short, a JAMA attacks everything in its range without giving you control over which devices you attack. But a tool like our ESP8266 deauther attacks only those you tell it to for a maximum of 5 minutes. And
so I'll just demonstrate you one of the deauthor attacks. Okay. So for that, I'll take you to my deauthor. Okay, so this is now actually I just connected a ESP with deauthoring. So through that, actually, I was able to like scan the like the various IoT devices available my nearby places, and also it comes with like to start the attack. So we need to share my screen again. Okay. I'll show you the front end. Okay. Accept. Mirroring. Okay. So this is the like the de-author attack, which I am de-authentication attack, which I am doing on my own network. Okay. So through this, like I used a small ESP8266 kind of say like controller, and through this, like this is the web interface for that, and from my mobile phone, like once you deploy these kind of devices to that area where you can able to read the available Wi-Fi's, and you can add which Wi-Fi network you want to start attack. Okay, so you can add the devices, and then you can select it, and in the next window, so you will be able to select the de-authentication, so that once see the next procedure I may not able to show you. You can scan it, and then after that, actually you can select the devices. You can add the SSID, and similarly, sometimes these all are showing the devices. There are many cameras are actually existing here, so that's why all these things are actually there are various IoT nodes. So this node can be added, and then what we can do means, so you can start the de-authentication, the next option. But unfortunately, I may not able to show you the next say like steps, because for that actually I need to change my Wi-Fi connections, so that I may not able to mirror my screen. Okay, so through that, what we will be doing means we will be trying to stop the device, and like after stopping the device, and you can also try to get a few information related to the device, IP, MAC, and other information, so that your can be made. So by this, I'll stop our sessions, because as we identified that there are a lot of security challenges are there, and maybe in few previous sessions also we have made about the security challenge related to the cyber world. So IoT is an upcoming thing, so that like it has many devices are already existing, and there are a lot of opportunities are there for youngsters, because to do in an ethical way, so that you will be able to add say like you can contribute to this particular community. And there is an international IoT village is there, so that if you want to interact with the IoT village, that is a really a good opportunity, so that your idea can be like posted, or maybe you can be a part of that like IoT village, so that like your the hacking, or maybe the vulnerabilities you identified, you can report it, and so that will be a great. Okay, so through my session, I hope we started with a small agenda, and I try to stick on to the agenda, maybe 10-15 minutes extra I took. So this was the agenda which we started. Okay, so we have discussed some latest trends, some innovative applications, some few demos, and some like the IoT vulnerabilities, or maybe the some attacks on IoT, and some use cases. I hope by this actually I'm going to end this session, and thank you all of you. Maybe you can drop your say like comments or maybe queries, and over to the organizers. Thank you.
Yes, IoT is going to rule the world in the upcoming electronic era. I am very glad and privileged to propose vote of thanks on behalf of Cyberdome Kozhikode. We are happy to declare our thankfulness to Mr. Rajesh, who spent his precious time for us by sharing his excellent knowledge for this Cyber Summit and graced this occasion with his presence. Village on IoT was so informative, thoughtful, and inspiring. Additionally, we are grateful to all the participants for putting your valuable time for this fabulous IoT concept that's going to rule the world in the future.
Thank you for inviting me, and thank you all. Or maybe the participants, any queries are there means you can put it in chat box.
Here we go with another talk on present cyber security trends by Anjana Satyen. How Miss World the attacks will happen in 2021. The COVID-19 pandemic has taken an unpredictable turn on the way how the world operates in general. Numerous business has adopted work from home or remote scenario and is expected to continue. Cybercrime has gone up significantly during this work from home scenario. Security professionals are working relentlessly to secure this new attack surface. In this talk, we aim to identify the new trends in cyberspace due to the vast adoption of remote working environments. And also, we would identify to have a detailed discussion on the top 5 new cyber security trends such as the cloud infrastructure security, IoT threats, zero threat security mode, etc. We will conclude the talk discussing various best practices to safeguard oneself and the companies from the new COVID age cybercrime. Now I welcome Anjana Satyen to Cybersecurity Summit 2021. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are we good to start off?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Uh, Kindly confirm if you guys can see my screen.
Yes.
Thank you so much. All right. So, guys, this is a quick session on the statistics of how the cyber world has evolved over the pandemic. So, we'll quickly talk about what has changed in the 2020 due to COVID-19 and how the cybersecurity world is going to evolve in 2021. So we'll start with a quick introduction of myself. My name is Anjana. I work as a security research lead at CloudSec. I have over 3 years of experience in the cybersecurity industry, varying from penetration testing of mobile, web, and network. So that's more or less about me. Moving on, so here's a quick agenda on what I'm going to walk you through. So we'll start off with an introduction on what my talk is going to be, and then we'll quickly look at 2020 security trends, and then we'll move on to 2021 security trends. So there's a slide change. I did not prepare for like 5 security trends because they were more or less the repetitions. So I've combined everything, and I'm going to talk about 3 major security trends. And then comes the slides on how can you prepare for the 2021 cyber pandemic or the remediations, how are you going to prevent these attacks. And then we have the conclusions, and we'll end the slides with references and the useful links. Okay, so starting off with the introduction. Now, as you guys anyways know, like COVID-19 has taken unprecedented turn on the way how the world operates in general. So almost all the companies have adopted work from home or the remote working environment, and it is likely to stay for another year for sure. So if you look at pandemic, it has also been advantages for at least for some cases wherein a majority of people have gone online, or rather digitalization is finally here. So thanks to COVID. And we also have cyber crime rates increasing significantly. So if you look at the statistics from Google, it says that there is around 18 million daily malwares and phishing emails just in April. So that's a huge number. Now, has it been for not been for Google, we would have all been attacked by a malware sooner or later. Okay, so this is a quick question, or rather a poll for the audience. So what do you think was the percentage increase in cybercrime rate due to COVID-19? So I would request whoever is online on Discord, you can put it here, hopefully. So any answers, like guys, what could be the percentage of cybercrime rates in the recent past? Any guesses? All right, so we had seen around 400% rise in COVID-19. So it's like 400% of increase in cybercrime. That's a huge number. So we'll quickly go through what has happened in 2020. So starting off with Twitter data breach, this was a famous breach. I hope everyone in the call is aware of Twitter data breach. So this was more of a targeted employee scam, wherein one of the Twitter employee who had higher privileges to Twitter support tools were a target of a spear phishing attack. Through him, the attackers have been successful in tweeting about random fundraisers, and they raised millions of dollars in fundraising for the attack. So that was one major breach we had seen in June. And then we had Zoom credential data breach in April. So this was a credential stuffing attack. So credential stuffing attack is more or less you have a dictionary of all the credential breaches that has happened in the past, and you basically brute force the login. So whenever you get a hit, that's more or less like credential stuffing attack. Now, the hackers have done credential stuffing attack on Zoom, and they had put up the links in the active logins in the dark web for sale. And it was available for a very minimal charges too. And then we have Unacademy data breach in May. So Unacademy is an online learning platform which has been booming ever since the pandemic has started. And it has exposed over 20 million user accounts online. So this too, someone has hacked into Unacademy and put out their details in the dark web for sale. And this was identified by Cyberdome initially. And then we have the Big Basket user data breach, which happened in November. So this was also a similar case wherein they were hacked and all their personal details were put up in sale under the dark web. So it had tons of PIA data like email ID, passwords, hashes, your contact number, date of birth, address, etc. And then we have Nintendo data breach in June. So this had a major network ID accounts of all the users. And this too is have to be believed that it could have been through one of their contractors who has designed a console, or maybe a targeted individual attack rather. I mean, someone from their own system who had some issues with the company has targeted them and they were able to intrude into the system. So that's about the data breach which has happened in 2020. Now we'll move on to the trends in 2021. So I'll start off with cloud security. So we'll quickly recap whatever has happened in 2020 in the cloud sector. So we had a major breach in marijuana dispensaries. So this was a US company which had a lot of medical details of patients of the US company. And all this was again put up in sale. And then we have Pfizer. So Pfizer data breach happened in October 2020. Now, there again, they had a cloud database which was open and people could just go to the database and collect details of all the users. Now moving on to Tetrad. So in Feb 2020, we had Tetrad data breach. So this was again one more instances where Amazon S3 bucket was not protected enough and all the sensitive information was out there for the public to consume. Now we'll talk about what has happened over the 2020 and how is it going to shift in the coming years. So 2020, as we already discussed, was the biggest year ever for cloud. And the forecasts say that it's going to also continue to grow in 2021. So if you look at the companies that have migrated into cloud, it's like a huge number of percentage. Whereas cloud migrations usually used to take months and months of efforts. These, due to the pandemic, at least in the span of March to June, a majority of the major industries have migrated into cloud. And that also means there is a lot many security things which are to be secured by the cloud infrastructure maintainers. And cloud, so if you look at this number, it's like around 30% has increased from Jan to April this year alone. So cloud security has become crucial more than ever. So, and as I said, it was just an option till now, but now moving to cloud has become a mandate since majority of the people are working from home. So probably in 2021, we'll see a massive shift to cloud native. So, and which also means it's a lot secure than the other infrastructure, because in cloud, it's a shared environment. So the security maintenance lies on the cloud provider as well as the individual. So that's about cloud security. Now moving on to ransomware. So ransomware has been on the rise in the 2020. So I'll quickly walk you through the statistics. So this is the ransomware attacks by month in 2020 and also 2021. So if you look at the steep curve, somewhere when the pandemic has hit, there was a slight drop, but after that, in the month of September and October, it has gone significantly up. And if you look at 2021 Jan, compared to the last year Jan, there is a huge increase. So let's quickly go through a couple of ransomware attacks which has happened in 2020. So, and it was also that if you look at the trend of 2020 ransomware attacks, the industries that ransomware target has significantly shifted. So previously, if it was financial sector or the ones like major companies, if they were the target, in the coming pandemic year, it has shifted to pharmaceutical companies or the universities and whoever is involved in training, educational institutions, etc. So to quote a couple of examples, we have University of Utah, which was hacked in July 2021. So this was more like, it was not a major attack, but they had to pay a huge amount in ransom. So they had paid $1 million to the ransom, as the ransom to the hackers who got into their system. And then we have Columbia College Chicago, which got hacked in June 2020. And this was a case of networker ransomware. So networker ransomware has appeared in the in the industry somewhere around August 2019. So right after that, in 2020, we got to see a lot many scenarios of networker ransomware attacks. So networker ransomware attack also is more like a RAS, which is ransomware as a service. They have a portal, and the statistics say that in the March alone, they were able to raise almost 25 million USD dollars in revenue. So that's like huge. Now, and then we have Cognizant ransomware attack, which happened in 2020. So this was a Maze ransomware. So Maze ransomware, as all of you know, has been rated as the top ransomware of 2020. Okay, moving on. So if you look at the statistics, in 2020, the business has suffered a ransomware attack every 40 seconds. Whereas in 2020, it's going to be every 11 seconds. So the number is like extremely alarming. And the cost to the economy for ransomware attacks is going to grow to 20 billion yearly. So if you look at the causes of ransomware, as very well known, it has been phishing emails, which is the reasons for 2/3 of the ransomware infections. And another interesting fact is on the average time to identify a breach in 2020. So since everybody has moved into a work from home scenario, detecting a breach, or rather identifying the exact person or from where the breach has happened, has become very, very difficult. So now the average time to identify a breach has become 207 days. So hopefully in 2021, it's again going to go up. So that's again like a very bad number for us. Now we'll move on to IoT security. So as the workshop went on in the last session, it is the need of the hour. If you look at the stats, you'll have a clear picture on this. So IoT security, in the last year, we had seen a couple of disclosure of significant vulnerabilities. There was Ripple 20, which was released in June, and Amnesia 33 in December. So these are a couple of significant security vulnerabilities in the IoT front, which are yet to be highly weaponized by the attackers. So the statistics say that most probably in 2021 is when we get to see these attacks being weaponized. I'll quickly walk you through what these two vulnerabilities are. Amnesia 33 is a set of vulnerabilities, or rather 33 vulnerabilities that can impact open source TCP/IP stack. So it's mainly on the firmware. Like if you're using UPI, FNet, Pico TCP, and NATONet, are which are the fundamental components of connected devices. These components are what is vulnerable to a series of vulnerabilities. So this 33 vulnerabilities varies from memory corruptions, denial of service, code executions, etc. There is like detailed article on what are the set of vulnerabilities, which I have in my previous upcoming slides, or the last slides on the links. And then we have Ripple 20. So Ripple 20 was a research done by the JSOF Research Lab, and they have discovered a series of zero-day vulnerability on the TCP/IP library developed by Trek Inc. So Trek Inc is a company who develops these TCP/IP sort of libraries for devices, and the 19 vulnerabilities. So now if you look at the impact of these vulnerabilities, right, these are the most common hardwares or firmwares used by the IoT devices. And it's all out there. So if you look at how the trend has moved from the previous years to the current scenario of work from home, a lot of us, more people have gone online. And there is a significant rise in IoT devices too. So now, which means there are also more vulnerabilities which are yet to be exploited. This is a very serious crime to look at. So here is what we talk about the statistics. Now, initially, in the year of 2020, we had around 12 billion IoT devices around the internet, but probably in 2021, we are looking at 30 billion IoT devices. So that's like almost more than double of the number of the previous year. And so, thankfully, we have security service providers, or rather SecCas, which is companies who provide security as a service coming into the IoT market. So hopefully we will get to see some sort of automation tools which we can run on the devices just to ensure that things are up and proper and your firmwares and the rest of it is up to date, etc. And another reason which is a pain point is major of the components of these IoT devices are made in China. And now these Chinese people has also been involved in injecting malware or malicious code into the firmware. So we would never know if the firmware itself is infected by the day on the day when we buy it. So this is another area which needs a serious research on. And then there is another research, interesting research by EACT research team in December 2020. So this says there is like even the sex toys, the smart sex toys are also vulnerable to security flaws. So the more security devices, or rather devices you have on the internet, it's more or less prone to attacks. And then we come to the slide on how do we prepare ourselves for the 2021 cyber pandemic. So talking about cloud security, so as you always know, it's never really fault of the cloud as say why the breaches happen. The number one issue is the mistakes or the misconfigurations that one does on the cloud. And AWS S3 data bucket left unsecure is the major reason of all the breaches. So I hope in the 2020 itself, we have seen a couple of instances where it was just an open S3 bucket. And then another reason is usually on the excess privilege given to a storage bucket. So by default, although the cloud is secure and only person who has access to the cloud is the one who created it, people often left, or rather give high or excess privilege to the bucket. And this is what leads to unauthenticated access to the buckets. And then we also have a problem of lack of IT expertise. So it's more like 34% of the companies are still not migrated into cloud because they don't have the right expertise. So the number we are looking at is like rather, it's really shameful. So we would need a lot of cloud security training in this area. And also it's an area for us also to upskill, since mostly in 2021 is the time where we'll need a lot of cloud security professionals too, to help the major shift towards cloud. So anybody who has been trying to learn cloud and get a job, so this is the right time for you. Buckle up, guys. And then we also have a problem of lack of continuous scanning. So most of the companies, although they have a cloud infrastructure, they don't scan it regularly. They don't have proper logging in mechanism. So these are a couple of things that needs to be fixed to be prepared for all the cloud attacks that we'll see in the coming months. Now coming to IoT. So IoT, it's the major reason is again on the lack of IoT security expertise. So I guess even if you're taking the stats on India, the people who are doing research or rather taking or learning IoT security is very minimal compared to the other sections of the industry. So there is a huge demand for IoT security as well. So I would request the folks, whoever is interested in IoT security, to please pick this up as the industry needs it. And then we also have people not updating their softwares and firmware. So this is like a stupid mistake most often developers do. They don't really care about this. So that's on that. And then we have ransomware. So ransomware, I mean, although the impact of a ransomware attack is huge, the way how we can remedy it or mitigate one from being a victim to ransomware attack is like very simple. You are just not supposed to click on unverified links, so you should not open the emails which are not from a trusted entity. Don't go to random websites and download things, and also keep your systems and software updated. And again, back up your system. So a couple of companies have helped or have thankfully been able to save themselves from a ransomware attack just because they had a backup. They did not have to pay the backup ransom, and they just do the backup and they go ahead with it. So that's on how to be prepared for 2021 cyber pandemic. Moving on to the conclusion. So we talked about how security industry has shifted from a normal world to 2020 and how it's going to be different in 2021. So now if you look at the statistics, there is a huge call for everybody in the security industry to scale up. We need more people in this domain, and also everybody in the industry is expected to learn new things and scale up, or rather acquire more skills in different domains. And another one, if you look at it, although the industries or companies have taken a hit, the attackers did not care about pandemic. They have continued their activities. So it means that even if it is a pandemic or no pandemic, attackers are going to continue what they're going to do. And with a lot of migrations or companies and even the industries or the infrastructure going online, there is a significant change on the infrastructure, or rather the attack surface. So attack surface for cyber attacks has significantly gone up in the 2020-21 era. So there are more attack surfaces which are open, which needs to be protected. So that's another thing which the industry needs to look at. And definitely it's high time that we all do a proper security incorporation into our software development cycle. And also you should be keeping this as, I mean, every company should ideally be keeping the security best practices as the first thing in their companies. So that's more or less of it, and I put the links on links and references in the last slide. Okay, so I guess that is it from my end. Any questions? I'm not sure where do I see the questions. Can someone help me here? Is it going to be on general or is it going to be an announcement? And I guess over to the host. I am done with my session. If there are any questions, you guys can ping it in the Discord. I'll take it up later. All right, thank you, Dom team. Thank you so much, guys. Bye bye.
മൈജി എക്സ്റ്റൻഡഡ് വാറന്റി. വാറന്റിയുടെ കാര്യത്തിൽ ഇനി നീണ്ട കാലത്തെ ഗ്യാരണ്ടി.
Guys, कुछ ऑर्डर करे क्या?
One margarita pizza.
एक गार्लिक ब्रेड.
और एक आइस टी.
ये ये कन्वीनियंट है पर पॉसिबल नहीं। मगर डेबिट कार्ड के बिना एटीएम से कैश निकालना कन्वीनियंट भी, पॉसिबल भी। जस्ट डाउनलोड योनो कैश, करो ऐश।
Now it's time for a big shout out for our sponsors. Cybersecurity Summit 2021. We are proud to announce SBI as our platinum conference partner, MyG as our golden program partner, CAFIT as our silver program partner. Our other conference partners are YAS, ISRA, and DEFCON. Our community partners are Kerala Startup Mission, Head Start, Thinker Hub, GDC Kozhikode, GBG Kozhikode, and NIT Calicut. Our program partner is NIE Calicut. Our technical partner, eHackify, FM partner, Red FM, media partner, Kicks Media, CTF partner, SIA Labs, and online media partner, Daily Hunt. And our supporting partner is Walter Corp.
കഴിഞ്ഞില്ല, ഇതിന് ശേഷം ഒന്നില്ലല്ലോ. ഇതിന് ശേഷം ഒന്നുമില്ല. CTF
മറ്റേ
പിന്നെ ഇത്രയും CTF ഡാഷ്ബോർഡ് ഒന്നും കേൾക്കണം.
എന്നാ ഇപ്പൊ അത് എടുത്തിട്ടോ. എന്തൊക്കെയാണെന്ന് വെച്ചാ
ഒരു എന്തെങ്കിലും സ്റ്റാറ്റസ് സ്ട്രീമിംഗ് ഇത് പറയാം. ഇതാ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇത് വാട്സപ്പ് അയച്ചിട്ടു. ഇതുണ്ടാവില്ല, സ്കോർ ബോർഡ് ശിവ നമ്മളെ ആരും കേൾക്കുന്നില്ല. നമ്മളാരും അവർക്ക് റിക്വസ്റ്റ് തിരിച്ചയച്ചു കൊടുക്കാം.
ഇതെന്താ
എനിക്കുണ്ട് കാശില് പൈസ കടഞ്ഞേക്കണേ.
Congo leaks, government information theft in Argentina. My name is Mauro Eldrich from the DC 5411. Before we start, I would like to make a short introduction and introduce myself and this talk too. My name is Mauro Eldrich. I'm an Argentine hacker. I'm the founder of Birmingham CyberArms UK and the founder also for the DEFCON Group 5411 Argentina and Uruguay, which are countries located in South America. So we come from a really far away place. I spoke at a couple of conferences in the past, including DEFCON and EC Council Hacker Halted, and on other conferences around the world like Russia, Brazil, Colombia, Iran, UK, Peru, Panama, and this is my second time in India too. So I'm really happy to be here today. The objective of this talk is to review the most emblematic cases of government information theft in Argentina. And now, you might guess, why should I be interested in something that is happening on the other corner of the world? Well, these 3 chapters we're going to present to you today are specially focused on leaks and data breaches suffered by security forces or organisms, for example, the Ministry of Security. So our objective here is to show you common mistakes done by different security forces, by different security organisms or agencies, which led to suffering leaks or data breaches, which led to have their information exposed. We know this can happen to any force around the world. Name a country, they will probably have already suffered a leak in an institutional way. So our bet here is to show you these common mistakes so you can avoid them. So every information security practitioner or professional or every laws enforcement professional here could be able to easily identify and say, hey, wait, this is an error. If we do this, or if we insist in doing this way, we can suffer a leak. We can do something that may be harmful for our institution and obviously for the institution's image. So, having said this, we can proceed. Before starting, just a little disclaimer. All the information here, which is published in this work, is considered public. It was made public either by a third party, by doing a leak or an information breach, or can be found via open source intelligence, which is legal here. The authors are not directly or indirectly involved in any illegal activity. Let's do a prologue, a first glance at data breaches. We heard about data breaches in the past, probably a lot in social media, on normal media, on classic media, and almost on every single platform we log in. If you are using a platform, may it be for transport, for chat, for whatever, it probably has suffered a leak or is probably targeted by hackers or advanced criminal groups to be leaked in the future. What are these leaks? Are data breaches or information leaks? We can say this in a really informal and quick way. It's when a group or an individual takes data belonging to a platform, to an organization, or to another person, to another individual, and publishes it in a totally illegal way, in a totally wrong way. So, these information leaks can be originated externally or internally. So you may be guessing here that an external threat can be, for example, a cybercriminal, while an internal one can be a disgruntled employee, or an employee that's not too happy with how things are going and says, okay, I'm going to damage my own organization. Most of the times, those leaks that you can see are intentional, but sometimes are accidental too. Sometimes somebody forgets an open database to the world. This happens a lot on Mongo database servers. It's pretty easy to search for open, vulnerable MongoDB instances, for example. So this is something pretty common. Leaks are considered to do a permanent damage. Exposed data prevails on the internet forever. You know that the only way to avoid something staying in the internet forever is to do not upload it in the first place, to do not publish it on the first place. Leaks, as I said before, are daily incidents which affect all kinds of environments, from small companies, local companies, to international business and governments. We'll see two examples here which belong to security forces in Argentina. We won't dive too deep in these ones because they are really small cases. Along this talk, you will see a couple of icons. These icons indicate different things. I will explain them real quick. A shield indicates a consequence of the current breach. Consequences are different and sometimes unique to every data breach. A chain indicates that this leak is chained. This means that this leak depends on another one. This happened based on another leak happening before. Black flag indicates this leak is intentional, while the white flag indicates the leak is accidental. Reading glasses indicate the leak was generated internally, while shades or sunglasses indicate the leak generated externally. So the first case we will analyze here was externally originated and in an intentional fashion. It was a leak for the Santiago del Estero police, and it was brought up to me by Alex Gore, a fellow researcher who knew that I really like and I'm really interested in police security and police systems, so he shared it with me. Let's take a look at what this leak includes. The national ID number, full name, full address, gender, education level, place of birth, marital status, landline and mobile phones, medical records, and addiction records. Obviously, this information is way too much to be leaked to the public. But let's not stop here. Let's see another case which is similar, but the way it was perpetrated is different. The San Juan Secretary of State for Security and Public Order. Both are from 2020, last year. This one was accidental and internal. So it's totally contrary to the last one we saw. So this leak includes the same as the previous one, the same data, plus employer information, patient, curfew, and transit times, because this happened during the pandemic where not all citizens were allowed to be outside of their homes. And whether or not the applicant is a medical professional, DNI validation code, this is the national ID number validation code, the tax number or tax ID, patient's photographs, and patient's healthcare provider information. This is really too much to be exposed. Also, this database was infiltrated by the Meow bot. So this information is already supplied everywhere, it's already copied everywhere. What are the consequences for both of these leaks? Remember, one is intentional, malicious, an external. The other one is by accident, by negligence, and by a current employee, or by a current contractor, by an internal agent. For both cases, the consequences are pretty similar. This information will be available on the internet forever. This is the golden rule. This applies to every leak. Criminals will weaponize this information for identity theft or scams. And also, this is a more complex scenario. This data could be combined with previous or future leaks, creating new and unique ways for criminals to approach victims. For example, using the second leak, the San Juan one, a criminal can easily see how much a victim earns. How? Via the tax ID and employer info. You can say, okay, Mauro has this tax ID and he pays this number of taxes. He pays, for example, $100 in taxes, so he earns a lot. Or he pays $10, he earns really few. And also with employer info, you can see where this person works. Now you can see where the victim lives, because you have its full address. And even now you know when the victim is not at home, because you have the allowed transit times and the curfew or lockdown times. So do the math. You see, okay, Mauro earns a lot of money. He works here, which is absolutely far away from where he lives. He lives on point A, works on point B. And he's only allowed to leave his home from 8 to 12. So you have 4 hours to steal his house. And as said before, this damage is permanent. Now let's go to the real world, to cases which are a little bit more developed, to cases which have a little bit more of history. Let's start with the Buenos Aires City Police. This is our first chapter. The first case we have from leaks happening in this force is the money laundering report happening on the 2011. This was internal and intentional. In this year, an anonymous blog exposed complaints about money laundering happening in the Metropolitan Police. The Metropolitan Police is the original name for the Buenos Aires City Police. It changed its name 3 years ago. So, this blog published official telephone numbers and mailboxes of chiefs and special divisions. These accounts are official, they are used in an official way, but they are not institutional. So they belong to domains like Gmail, Yahoo, or Hotmail. So you can have something like organized crime unit at gmail.com. This is pretty common here. This is a pretty common mistake here. These accounts were featured in Have I Been Pwned, which is a platform where you can see if an account has been breached in the past. It's a nice tool for those like me who hunt for breaches. This is in Spanish, obviously, because this is our official language, but basically you can see that he put different cell phone numbers, mobile phone numbers, and different accounts, some of them being for the buenosaires.gov.ar domain, which is official, other for subdomains of this official domain, and other ones are Gmail, Yahoo, etc. So here we have a problem. Even there's a Hotmail one. These are institutional but not official accounts. This is a common mistake. Also, not monitoring your online presence, what the rest of people said about you, can lead to this, to passing on something as important as this. This is from 2011 and it's still online, and these accounts are still alive, are still being used, so do the math. As you may see, this is an official account of a high-profile, high-rank officer, and it was breached. This Gmail account was for a Undersecretariat of Public Safety, and it's been pwned too on 3 different sites. what are the consequences for this kind of breach? Personal and institutional phones and emails were leaked. Email accounts were previously compromised, so this makes the situation worse. The attackers might reuse this information in credential stuffing attacks. Why? Because they already know they have been breached in the past, and they know these are high-profile accounts and are still alive to this day. Another one that happened to this same security force is the police reports database that happened 4 years ago on the 17th. This was external and intentional. Out of the blue, one morning, a lot of pastes appeared on paste bin containing police credentials. One of those pastes belonged to the police report side. This is when you file a complaint, file a report, and you say, okay, I want to report somebody for a crime. Okay, some kind of minor offenses or the most serious offenses can be reported anonymously online on my country. And this is property of the Undersecretariat of Citizens' Relations with Security. This site contained information about the police reports I said before, and it obviously included data from informers if the report wasn't anonymous. And also, alongside with informers' data, you can find the offenders' data. So it's a database that was fully dumped and published. So the credentials ended up being from both agents and senior officials, and their passwords were kept in MD5 without salt. Look at the year, the 17, and using MD5. This is another common mistake that you should avoid. In the case a breach happens and you can avoid it for any reason, at least try to keep salts, peppers, and a strong hashing protocol, and obviously to keep this the most separate, the most segregated way you can to avoid something like this happening. This is from Pastebin. As you can see, there's their names, their ranks. For example, here we have General Director, we have different kinds of Undersecretariat, Contractor, etc. And their passwords were kept on MD5, and obviously when you have MD5, what happens? Somebody dumps them and, let's say, between quotes, cracks them, dehashes them. Look at the passwords: 123456, 123456, AK1021, Noviembre, which means November, Boca, which is a popular soccer club here. So it's basically 4 lowercase letters. It's pretty weak for a government site. The consequences, obviously, is that informers were put at risk when their information was published. See, for example, that both really petty crimes, like, for example, making disturbing noise or firing in a public place, can be reported anonymously, but also you can report really harsh things, and you will prefer to remain anonymous. So the offenders were exposed too, and even those who I named before, whose offenses were not meant to be published. For example, if you have a minor offense like making disturbing noises at night, you won't have a problem. You won't have a public crime record in my country. This is considered something minor, and unless you insist on doing the same petty crime once over and over again, you won't have a public record. But now this is public. So now not only criminals, but third party could be also interested in this type of information. Remember what I say, every leak has unique consequences sometimes. For example, let's say that you want to work in a pretty big law firm, or you want to enter in a private security sector, And possible employers could legally, because this is public information now, check on a candidate's leaked information using open source intelligence before making the decision to hire him or her. And they will say, okay, we are not going to hire this person because he committed some minor offenses in the past. Next, and following the same chain of events, the same year and on the same attack, another page appeared, and it belonged to the recruitment site, which contained medical, psychological, religious, family and personal records of each cadet, officer, chief and even civilian personnel. And again, the passwords were stored in MD5 without salt. We discussed this before. Most of the passwords were numeric, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is obviously out of question here. And the recruitment database was dumped and published. Let's see a snapshot of this moment. See the passwords here. A couple of them are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Some of them are personal names like Felipe or Emilio. Here we have another example of a weak password based on a soccer team, River. Obviously all in lowercase. And look at this one. There's one that is ASD and another one on line 16 that is only G. So there's no password policy enforcement here. You can put anything as a password. This is another bad practice, which seems obvious, but it happened in a real life case scenario. Moving forward, the consequences are pretty obvious. The entire compromise of the security force information. Remember, from cadets to chief and officers and civilian personnel. So this doesn't end here. The Buenos Aires City Police has, sadly, a long story of vulnerabilities and leaks. There was the subway incident. This one I captured myself personally. It was accidental and it was obviously internal. While going to the university, some like 3 years ago, at the Cozhikode subway station, one of the smart cameras connected to a monitor failed and crashed to desktop. The monitor displayed a login screen with a plaintext password and a public IP, which was probably the camera server. This information was visible for at least 3 hours. Why I know this? Because I used the subway station to go to the university and also I had to take it on the way back home. So when I came back, this was still visible. At least 3 hours. I don't know after how much time it took, but technicians had to go personally there to fix this incident. These photographs were taken back in the day with a Windows phone, so the quality is not the best, but you can see that this is the subway station on the right and this is an amplified version of the photograph. It says Policía de la Ciudad, it means city police, and below it says Zona vigilada por policía, it means police monitored zone. So what are the obvious consequences here? The surveillance credentials and assets, the IP address, were leaked publicly. You don't know who passed there. You don't know who walked through that station. 3 hours in one of the most populated, most crowded subway station is pretty dangerous. And information about surveillance infrastructure was revealed. What, for example? The operating system and the software they are using. Moving forward, Blue Flicker, this is a really long event to discuss, so I summarized it. The Blue Flicker is a series of attacks and hacks done internally by a police officer and in an intentional way. All city police officers were given smartphones with a custom ROM designed to aid them in their work. This was a customized Android ROM which worked like a kiosk system. You know the kiosk system, which allows you to do limited things, but you can do all the things that the normal operating systems offers. So they had a really limited phone. If you wanted to install applications, for example, you will be blocked. You won't be able to customize or to change the wallpaper, etc. Under this alias, Blue Freaker, an officer anonymously posted a series of videos and images where he was seen breaking his phone's restrictions. He published a series of videos querying the billing information of the city police account, which he said had a higher value than officially published one, engaging in privilege escalation, installing applications such as KingRoot, and debugging different internal applications. Now pay attention to the left. He's using a publicly known code to access the information on your account, on your cell phone account. In this case, it will be in Spanish, but I will translate it for you. It says, monto y vencimiento, it means when your bill is due and how much you owe. And he has access to that information. And it says, yeah, you owe us almost 1,000,000 Argentine pesos, and it's due to be paid on a specific date. On the second one, we can see this custom phone being manipulated to open the Google App Store, the Google Market, so you can search for applications and try to install them. The third image represents him tampering with some internal applications. You can see that because there are internal IPs disclosed. For example, look on the upper half. It says 10.74.50.114 and it says system admin server PHP. Then you can see it says búsqueda menores. This in Spanish means underage people location. It's a way to track missing children, missing minors, missing kids. It says authenticate datos acceso. It means obviously access data for authentication. And it has a user, some URLs and some other things. We'll discuss this in the next slide. Now look at the fourth image. You have all the data blocks for the proxy connection. So again, do your math. Now, which are the consequences of an internal leaker? All the infrastructure you have built around you to protect you is worth nothing because somebody on the inside goes to the door and opens it to the enemy. So all the fortifications you have built are worth nothing. So the direct consequences are that the internal SAPs and assets like the proxy had their credentials leaked. The internal IP addresses and domains were leaked too. Information about mobile infrastructure was revealed. The internal IP addresses, where is, for example, the missing children locator located, what is this application hosted, and also the information about the software stack was revealed. I don't know if you had the chance to catch a glimpse, but there were a lot of PHP specific libraries named there. So you can easily guess and say, oh, look, they are using this library. So if you can do an easy open source scanning on those versions without having access to the code actually, and you can have a wider attack surface. So having in mind the internal threat is a must when you are developing your own security posture for law enforcement. Then we have the city police mine site hack. This was intentional and external. It was when an unknown attacker defaced the mine site of the security force and announced the theft of all the information again from the recruitment databases. Obviously this one will have a couple more records than the original because a year happened between that. A year passed. Again, as a reminder, medical, psychological, religious, family and personal records of each cadet, officer, chief, and civilians. This was a national scandal. As you may see, these are screenshots from mass media, from different political affiliations and postures. So all agreed that this was a scandal. The database weighted around 3.6 gigabytes, which seems rather small. Then, a year after this, the City Police Cloud leak happened. This was published in national media too. An unknown attacker leaked an alleged cloud file server, but he didn't say where it was hosted, and it belonged to the security force. Also announced the theft of critical information from different offices such as internal and external audit units, human resources, accounting, which is pretty dangerous, and internal affairs. Internal affairs here takes care of things that are happening among policemen, among cops. So this should be kept on, I don't say anonymous, I don't say hidden, but this should be kept discreetly in order to not raise suspicions, in order to not raise things or situations that could harm the force image, and they were leaked. For example, internal agents, cops engaging in crime. So this should be investigated before taking a decision. Well, all these things were published at once. So what are the consequences for this too? Obviously, the entire compromise of the security force. And this is valid for both current and historical records. So you are basically facing the worst case scenario. Everything is published. Everything is leaked. So not a single human asset there is safe. This is dangerous, having in mind the nature of the task, the nature of the job that all the cops and law enforcement personnel does on a daily basis. So this brings us to the next chapter, the Ministry of National Security. So the Ministry of National Security suffered only one big event, which was the spear phishing campaign suffered 4 years ago. It was obviously, as all spear phishing campaigns, intentional, and this was external. In January, a spear phishing campaign targeted this security organism, successfully exploiting it. A group of attackers claimed to have hacked more than 30 official email accounts, including one belonging to the organized crime unit, while dumping and publishing at the same time the National Criminal Information System databases. As you can see here, obviously in Spanish again, but I will translate, on the left one, this email box belongs to Patricia Bullrich. Patricia Bullrich was, on the last government, the Ministry of Security of our country. So all the communications done by Patricia Bullrich, by the ministry, were leaked. On the right, the attacker said, okay, I have full access to the National System of Criminal Information, and showed some screenshot which depicts an SQL server backend. Moving forward, this screenshot is hosted on an official site, look, mail.Policía Federal, federalpolice.gov.ar. And if you see on the upper right corner, it says Department of Organized Crime Intelligence. And what you have here displayed, this email that is displayed here, says Oficio Movistar. Movistar is one of the biggest cell phone companies here. And an Oficio is an official information request done by the government. For example, we need to see the communications from this phone number. We need to see this. It was the justice and the federal forces used together to get a hold of information or intelligence on their investigations. So all of their requests for information were leaked too. What were the consequences here? The entire compromise of critical military and security forces offices, the entire compromise of private information about criminals, criminal organizations, intelligence officers, ongoing investigations, and collected intelligence in general. What we spoke just a minute ago about the cell phones, this is only the tip of the iceberg. There's obviously quite more. And also critical information about informants and whistleblowers against organized crime, since those tips against crime were received via email. Now, this should have been really easily blocked if there was a proper security posture implemented, like, for example, multiple authentication factors. Having implemented that, the spear phishing campaign will be at least a lot harder to execute. Not impossible, but a lot harder. So think about it for a minute. There were two main points which could have avoided this: a multi-factor authentication and training. That's the most important part, training. Training your employees to say, okay, do not open this email, do not provide this information, do not honor requests from somebody outside the organization, do not put your multi-factor authentication code on any other place, etc. So this leads us to the last chapter, the third one, the Federal Intelligence Agency. So the first attack we have records on about the Federal Intelligence Agency happened last year. This wasn't a direct attack to the federal agency, but rather an attack on the National Direction of Migration. This was intentional, external, and it was the prior step to the leak I'm going to describe now. So this is why the chain is featured there. The Netwalker Group, a world-famous ransomware group, attacked the National Direction of Migration and demanded a ransom payment, a millionaire ransom payment. After the failure of negotiations, our government couldn't honor that ransom payment, the criminal group decided to publish all the stolen batch of information, which contained information obviously from the anti-terrorism unit of the Federal Intelligence Agency. So you can guess how critical this is, and you can guess why we have kept this to the last. We always keep the best part for the last. This says in Spanish, migrations hack. They filtered data, personal data, from more than 25,000 Argentine citizens who returned to the country during the pandemic. Interpol, which is featured in these images, was asked for assistance and information on how to solve this. This is why the picture is featured. We requested aid to Interpol on this matter. Now, the identity of 4 AFI, which is Federal Intelligence Agency, the identity of 4 agents of the AFI and some other things were disclosed in the files leaked by the hackers from migrations. And you may ask, okay, how was this identity disclosed? Look at this. I will read you this in a summarized way. It says, this is referred to the authorities of the National Direction of Migrations as the operative director of Anti-Terrorism Unit, I request you to please change the passwords for the attached agents which are under my command. Signed and sealed by Claudio Salomon, Operational Director of Intelligence and Anti-Terrorism. Now, the second page reads Strictly Secret and Confidential Memo. And it says, okay, these are the agents for which I'm requesting this change. It says Lorena Lencina and Viviana Torres, and they are published with their national identification numbers. And it's signed and sealed by Facundo Rojo, Anti-Terrorist Intelligence Director. So these 4 people were absolutely burned in this incident. Look how only 2 pages, a stupid memo, a really stupid document can put in danger 4 people who are not aware of the danger until their information is disclosed, until all this explodes. So what are the consequences here? The entire compromise of 4 intelligence agents, which is critical. The entire compromise of private information about 25,000 local citizens, which is critical. And the entire compromise of private information about foreign citizens who were just passing here. Some people who were in transit, some who were visiting us as tourists, some who were here dealing with business. And this is the more important part, the people doing business. Copies of special passports, the diplomatic and service ones, were leaked. So this is highly critical. Now, this is not the only thing that happened. The Federal Intelligence Agency ledger was leaked last year in an intentional way by an insider. And this happens just around 15 days, some more, some less, later. It was related to an investigation about espionage, which the federal prosecutor Cecilia Cardona was in charge. She sent a digital copy of this ledger to different recipients, but some of them, or better said, a bunch of them, a good number of them, weren't able to see it. They say, okay, we can see the file, we have problems sharing, we can see it, okay. What is happening all around the world with this new normal, the new normal, you know? And these people started complaining, we can see it, we can work with this is an evidence and we need to have access to it. And so, tired of this compliance, this prosecutor uploaded it to a cloud hosting service without any protection measure. The file was obviously leaked almost automatically. Obviously, it was treated as a national scandal. It says, dozens of agents' identities were exposed after publishing an official document. Here are the scanned copies of the document. It says this kind of information. For example, I use my name as an example. Mauro Cáceres, Mauro Eldridge, visited the federal agency today, at this time, period. Mauro Cáceres was sent as an agent to Moscow, period. Mauro Cáceres returned from Moscow. He will now be assigned to Kerala, India. And so on. It contained all the movements, well, it is a ledger, it has to contain all these movements, from the inside of the agency and from the outside too. The consequences were obvious. The entire compromise of hundreds of intelligence agents and their movements. So this could be easily avoided if they have some sort of secure file sharing platform, which is easily doable here right now with open source software, without spending too much, it's only a matter of training. training not only the architects, the DevOps, the developers, the SecOps, all the technical team who has to build this thing, but also training the users and training officers, in this case a legal officer, a prosecutor, to say, hey, you can share evidence this way. You have to use our method. And at the same time, on the other hand, guaranteeing that this proposed method works. If you propose a super safe method which doesn't work, which is not reliable, which is slow, it's painful, it's complicated, your users will look for a way to do it on another way. They will find a way to circumvent your restrictions and do it in another way, uploading files to the cloud, sharing them via any file sharing service, even those who are free, sending information via WhatsApp, which is pretty much what is done in my country. So not only training, but also building a secure and easy to use solution and training your users to use it. So sadly, it's time to say goodbye, even though I'm really happy to be here. The conclusions are quite simple. The internet does not forget, even if that means those old leaks someone made available some years ago. And we have a perfect example here with the Metropolitan Police money laundering blog. 10 years ago it was published. It's still active to this day. Damage done by data breaches is permanent, period. Security officers around the world must be supported by the respective governments to be able to carry out their task with peace of mind, to take care of us and themselves too at the same time. They need to be backed up. They need to say, okay, I have somebody backing me up. If I need a tool, I can ask for it. It will be given to me. If I need a license, it will be bought to me and shared with me. This way we can build professional law enforcement. This way we can build professional security practitioners too. And cybersecurity is a field that must be respected. Those who take care of us on a daily basis must take care of themselves too, as I said before. And they have to receive the appropriate tools and budgets too to carry their tasks effectively and safely. The most professional a law enforcement agency or force is, the better you will sleep. So if you want to get in touch with me, you can get in touch with me in GitHub at Mauro Eldridge, or the GitHub for my DC, which is DC5411, where we upload everything that we have built so far as a team. You will see hardware hacking, intelligence, cybersecurity, small developments. You will see a couple of things there. And we are always open for contributions and for exchange. On Twitter, you can find me as Mauro Eldridge, and my co-author, you can find him as AdanSeyKX. And also DC54111 is the handler for our DC. So don't be afraid to reach out if you have questions, if you have suggestions, if you are stuck with something and you want a collaboration, or if you want to say, okay, I have this project in mind about leaks, about police security, about anything. We are really friendly. We receive people from all around the world, and we are really happy to engage in discussions. And for all those law enforcement agents who are here today, I want to invite you to follow me on Twitter too. And I really want to say thank you for inviting me, and thank you for your service too. You are really appreciated for all those enforcement here and around the world. You can find a copy of this work at my GitHub, which I have put the link here. And if you have any questions, I'm really happy to answer them or to discuss them. Thanks for inviting me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mauro and Mr. Emmanuel. It's my privilege to propose vote of thanks on behalf of Kozhikode Cyberdome. We remain very much obliged to Mr. Mauro Elrich and Mr. Emmanuel D. Batista, who spent their precious time for us by sharing their excellent knowledge for this Cyber Summit and grace this occasion with their presence. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that all of you have well done through the first day of Cybersecurity Summit 2021 conducted by Kozhikode Cyberdome. Tomorrow, we will be back with talks on different subjects, including car hacking adventure, web cache poisoning, cybersecurity assurance, telecommunication, 3G and 4G networks, and many more. We will also announcing the most awaiting result of CTF tomorrow. On the behalf of Kozhikode Cyberdome, I thank each and every speaker and participants who has attended today's summit. We will resume our summit tomorrow at 9 a.m. So stay tuned to YouTube and Facebook pages of Calicut Cyberdome. Thank you.